today. 1. Smile genuinely. More often, a genuine smile is the silent language of the soul reaching straight into hearts without needing a single word. It transcends cultural barriers, dissolving walls between strangers and acquaintances in mere moments. A true smile possesses the power to transform the atmosphere around you, melting defenses and opening doors to connection. When you smile authentically, the other person's brain activates mirror neurons, neural cells that automatically fire in response. They cannot help but want to smile back like a natural reflex requiring no thought. This is why smiles spread so rapidly through crowds, turning tense spaces warm in seconds. The human brain is extraordinarily sophisticated at distinguishing fake from genuine smiles. A forced smile merely lifts the lips, but a smile from the eyes, called the Duchenne marker, contracts the muscles around the eyes, creating tiny wrinkles impossible to fake. The subconscious reads this authenticity instantly, and only real smiles create deep connection. The secret is not smiling when politeness demands it, but smiling when you remember something beautiful, when you truly feel joy overflowing from within. People will not remember how attractive or wealthy you are, but they will forever remember the warmth you made them feel. In a world full of cold, indifferent faces, your smile is the small flame everyone wants to draw near to for warmth. It is not about frequency, but about sincerity. Each genuine smile is a gift, a moment of light you offer to another human being. When your smile reaches your eyes, it speaks a truth your mouth could never articulate. I see you, and your presence matters. The most magnetic people do not smile constantly. They smile meaningfully. Their smiles are rare diamonds, not common stones, and this rarity makes each one precious. In a culture obsessed with perfection and filters, an honest smile becomes revolutionary. It whispers that vulnerability is strength, that joy does not require justification. Your genuine smile is the smallest gesture with the greatest impact, a silent revolution in connection. Way 2. Maintain good posture. Your posture is a silent declaration of self-worth, a message transmitted before your mouth forms its first word. It is not merely about aesthetics or spinal health. It is how you honor the space you occupy, how you announce to the world that you deserve to be here. The human brain is programmed to read body language within 0.2 seconds of first encounter. Your posture determines initial impressions more powerfully than appearance. Someone standing straight with naturally open shoulders is instantly registered by others' brains as confident, trustworthy, and authoritative, while hunched shoulders are immediately judged as insecure or exhausted. Science proves that standing tall does not just change how others see you, it transforms you from within. When you straighten your spine, testosterone increases by 20% and cortisol decreases by 25%. This means your confidence originates internally, not from pretense or performance. Practice by imagining an invisible thread gently pulling the crown of your head toward the sky. Your shoulders will naturally open. Your chest will face forward, and your entire body will rediscover balance. People automatically make way for those who stand tall. They listen to those who carry the energy of claiming space naturally. Good posture also influences how you perceive yourself. When you slouch, you unconsciously tell your body and mind, I am uncertain, I am small. But when you stand erect, you command respect from your own nervous system first then from everyone around you. This alignment between body and mind creates an unshakable foundation. Posture is not practiced for others to see. It is practiced so you believe you deserve to be here. In every room you enter, your spine tells a story before you speak. Make it a story of someone who knows their worth, who occupies space without apology, who stands as if they belong, because they do. Way 3. Make consistent eye contact. Eye contact is the invisible bridge connecting two souls where words become unnecessary. When you look into someone's eyes, not staring but looking with presence, you are silently saying, "I see that you exist and that existence matters." Eye contact triggers oxytocin, the powerful bonding hormone in the brain. Just a few seconds of meeting someone's gaze is enough to create familiarity, even when two people have just met. This is why conversations with good eye contact leave deeper imprints than those without. The brain interprets avoiding eye contact as a danger signal or lack of interest. When you cannot look into someone's eyes, their subconscious reads insecurity or dishonesty, causing you to lose points instantly. Conversely, steady but gentle eye contact communicates confidence and authenticity. The art lies in rhythm. Look into their eyes for 3 to 5 seconds, then gently shift your gaze to their lips or forehead. Then return. Create a natural flow, not rigidity. Too long becomes invasive, too brief becomes distant. Balance is the key to mastering this art. There is also vulnerability in sustained eye contact. It requires courage to let someone glimpse into your inner world without flinching. But this very vulnerability creates magnetism. When you can hold someone's gaze with warmth and steadiness, you communicate depth, emotional strength, and genuine interest simultaneously. In meetings, eye contact establishes authority. In romantic contexts, it ignites chemistry. In friendships, it builds trust. The eyes are called windows to the soul, not because they reveal everything, but because they reveal enough to make the other person feel seen in a world where most feel invisible. In an era where everyone's eyes are glued to screens, the person who looks straight into another's eyes has become rare and precious. That rarity itself is attractive. Way 4. Mirror others. Body language, subtly mirroring body language, tells the other person's subconscious. You and I are on the same wavelength, the same frequency. It is the art of creating silent connection without words, making others feel understood at a level they cannot explain. The human brain is designed to love similarity because in our primitive subconscious, similarity equals safety, equals tribe, equals higher chance of survival. When someone moves, speaks, or breathes in rhythms similar to yours, the brain immediately registers. This person is like me. I can trust them. Science calls this the mirror neuron phenomenon. These neurons automatically fire when we observe actions in others that match our own. When you skillfully reflect their gestures, they lean forward so you lean slightly. They breathe slowly so you adjust your breathing. You are activating this neural system naturally. But be careful. Overly obvious imitation will be detected by the brain as manipulation and severely backfire. The art of mirroring must be gentle, like ocean waves, following ocean waves, not mechanical copying. The other person will feel understood without realizing why, and they will open up to you much faster. The magic is in subtlety and authenticity. You are not mimicking for strategic advantage, you are harmonizing because you genuinely want to connect. When mirroring comes from sincere interest rather than technique, it becomes invisible yet powerful. Their shoulders relax because yours did. Their tone softens because yours warmed first. This creates what neuroscientists call limbic resonance, an emotional synchronization between two nervous systems. You become the person others feel inexplicably comfortable around, the one they trust, without knowing exactly why. In negotiations, this builds rapport. In romance, it deepens intimacy. In all relationships, it dissolves barriers. The art of mirroring is not theatrical performance, but genuine energy resonance between two human beings. Way 5. Use open body language. Open body language is the silent but powerful invitation. You are completely safe when you are with me. It is the wordless language of acceptance, of trust, of being willing to connect without conditions. When you close your arms across your chest or cross your legs defensively, your unconscious brain is constructing a fortress for protection. The other person reads this signal instantly. This person is defending closing off. No matter how friendly your words, your body has betrayed your intention. From an evolutionary perspective, our ancestors survived through the ability to read danger signals in split seconds. A closed body was once registered by the brain as a sign of potential threat of someone with bad intentions hiding something. Conversely, open palms, relaxed shoulders, face turned directly toward the other person, all signal. No weapons, no schemes, be at ease. Practice. By keeping your hands visible on the table rather than hidden underneath when conversing, turning your chest toward the listener rather than angling away. The miraculous part is, when you open your body, your brain receives the signal, "I am safe," and you actually become more confident from within. This is embodied cognition, body and mind influencing each other. Open body language also makes you more approachable. People instinctively gravitate toward those who appear receptive rather than guarded. In social settings, the person with open posture becomes the center others naturally orbit toward. In professional contexts, open body language conveys competence and calm authority. Even your breathing changes with open posture. It becomes deeper, fuller, more oxygenated. This physiological shift affects your voice, making it richer and more resonant. Everything about you aligns when your body opens your thoughts, clarify your emotions, stabilize your presence, strengthens. The space between you and the world is the energetic potential you carry with you every single day. Way 6. Speak with confidence, not arrogance. Confidence whispers, arrogance shouts, and the intelligent person knows which voice is truly theirs. This distinction separates those who command respect from those who demand it, those who draw people in from those who push them away. True confidence says, "I know my worth." Arrogance declares, "I am better than you." The difference is subtle in words, but seismic in impact. Confidence acknowledges value without comparison, while arrogance can only exist by diminishing others. One builds bridges, the other burns them. The brain distinguishes between these through tone and rhythm. Confident speech flows with steady pacing and natural pauses, allowing silence to punctuate meaning. The confident speaker breathes between thoughts, listens as much as they speak, and holds space for others. Arrogant speech overwhelms and dominates, filling every gap with noise, never pausing long enough to hear anyone else. The tone itself reveals the difference. Confidence sounds grounded, arrogance sounds desperate. At their core, these traits have opposite origins. Arrogance is born from insecurity, from a need to hide inadequacy behind a mask of superiority. It overcompensates because underneath lies fear. Fear of being exposed, of being ordinary, of not being enough. Confidence, however, is born from acceptance. It does not need to prove anything because it has already made peace with imperfection. Listen to the language. Confident people say, "I might be wrong," or "Help me understand your perspective." Arrogant people say, "I'm right," or "Obviously, you don't understand." One invites dialogue, the other ends it. One creates connection, the other creates distance. Confidence makes people lean in. They feel safe disagreeing, safe asking questions, safe being themselves. Arrogance makes people retreat or rebel. They feel judged, small, defensive. In every interaction, you choose which energy you bring. The most powerful voice is not the loudest. It is the voice that is not afraid of silence, that trusts its words enough to let them breathe, that knows strength does not require volume. Way 7. Listen actively. Listening is the priceless gift in a world where everyone only wants to speak. In the chaos of voices competing for attention, the person who truly listens becomes unforgettable, magnetic, and deeply influential. The philosophy is simple but profound. You do not listen to reply. You listen to understand what the other person is living through. This shift from waiting for your turn to genuinely absorbing their experience changes everything. It transforms conversation from transaction to connection, from noise to meaning. When someone feels truly heard, their brain releases dopamine and oxytocin, the neurochemicals of pleasure and bonding. Being listened to feels like being loved, because at a fundamental level, it is love. You are telling them, your thoughts matter. Your feelings are valid. You are not alone in this moment. Real listening has clear markers. Your eyes remain on them. Your head nods gently at meaningful moments. Your mind is not rehearsing your next sentence while they speak. You are fully present, fully absorbed. False listening is equally obvious. Mechanical nodding eyes drifting away, interrupting with, "Oh, I had that experience too," before they have finished. The difference is palpable. Here is the paradox. The person who listens most often speaks least, yet becomes the emotional center of any group. People gravitate toward them, confide in them, seek them out. Why? Because genuine attention is so rare, it feels like sanctuary. In their presence, people feel safe enough to voice what they have kept hidden. Active listening also involves asking questions that go deeper. How did that make you feel? Or, what was that like for you? These questions signal that you care about their inner experience, not just the facts of their story. In an age of noise, interruption, and distraction, the ear that truly listens is the door that opens into another's heart. And once you enter there, you are never forgotten. Way 8. Use people's names in conversation. A person's name is the sweetest sound to them because it is their identity, their essence compressed into a few syllables. When you use someone's name in conversation, you acknowledge not just their presence, but their individuality. At a deep psychological level, hearing your own name activates the brain's reward center. It lights up the same neural pathways as pleasure and recognition. It is as if the brain says, I am being given exclusive attention. I matter. This happens unconsciously, automatically, every single time. The hippocampus, the brain region responsible for memory records, who calls your name with care and associates them with positive emotions. This is why you instinctively trust and feel warmth toward people who remember and use your name. They become linked with the feeling of being seen, of being important. The skillful use of names follows a pattern greeting, plus name compliment, plus name asking opinion, plus name. But moderation is crucial. 3 times per conversation is optimal. More than that, and it starts feeling artificial, like a sales technique, rather than genuine connection. The sign of overuse is obvious. Saying their name every other sentence makes it sound manufactured, strategic, manipulative. People sense when technique replaces authenticity. The power of using names comes from sincerity, not frequency. The effect is profound. The other person feels important, not like someone in a crowd, but like a specific individual who matters. In a world where people often feel invisible and interchangeable, this recognition is magnetic. It says, I see you, I remember you. You are not just another face. Remembering and using someone's name is a silent way of saying, you are special enough for me to hold in my mind. That small act of remembrance can turn strangers into allies, acquaintances, into friends, and brief encounters into lasting impressions. Way 9. Be kind to strangers. Kindness to strangers is the mark of a generous soul, someone who gives without needing reward or recognition. It reveals character in its purest form, because strangers cannot repay. You cannot elevate your status, cannot offer anything in return. The truest measure of who you are is how you treat those who cannot reciprocate. Anyone can be kind to those who benefit them. But being kind to the person who will never remember your name, never thank you publicly, never advance your career, that reveals depth. It shows you give because of who you are, not because of what you gain. Science shows that acts of kindness release endorphins in your brain, creating what researchers call helper's high, a genuine euphoria from helping others. But more remarkable is the ripple effect. Studies prove that kindness spreads through 3 degrees of separation. Someone you help will be kinder to someone else, who will be kinder to another, creating waves of goodness from a single act. Kindness is not weakness. This is crucial to understand. Kindness is a choice made from a position of strength, from having enough security and self-worth to give freely. Weak people hoard resources and guard their energy. Strong people share both without fear of depletion. People observe how you treat waiters, security guards, janitors, homeless people. Those society often renders invisible. Your treatment of them reveals more about your character than how you treat your equals or superiors. Others notice this, and they judge you accordingly. If you are cruel to those below you, they know you will be cruel to them when circumstances change. A small kindness might be the only light in someone's dark day. Your smile to a stranger, your patience with someone struggling, your generosity with someone in need. These tiny acts carry enormous weight. You may forget them instantly, but the receiver might remember them forever. Way 10. Laugh easily and naturally. Laughter is the sound of freedom, the signal that your soul is not imprisoned by anxiety or fear. It announces to everyone around you that joy still exists, that life can still be light despite its weight. Laughing easily does not mean being careless or superficial. It means being strong enough to embrace joy in a world that constantly demands seriousness. It means refusing to let cynicism harden your heart, refusing to let worry steal every moment of levity. Easy laughter is an act of courage. When you laugh, your brain's limbic system activates, creating an atmosphere where others feel safe and instinctively lower their defenses. Laughter signals, "No threat exists here. You can relax." This is why laughter is contagious. Mirror neurons in listeners' brains fire in response, compelling them to smile or laugh along involuntarily. Genuine laughter has unmistakable characteristics. It comes from the belly, not just the throat. Your shoulders shake slightly, your eyes close, you lose a bit of control. The brain recognizes authentic laughter immediately and responds with trust and warmth. Fake laughter rings hollow and creates distance rather than connection. People who laugh easily are perceived as confident, emotionally intelligent, and approachable. Their presence feels light and effortless, like relief in a world that takes itself too seriously. Others seek them out because being around them feels good, feels healing, feels like permission to be happy. But the key is naturalness. Forced laughter is worse than no laughter. It feels performative and desperate. True laughter flows spontaneously from genuine amusement or joy. It shows you can find humor in imperfection, lightness in darkness, reasons to smile even when life is difficult. In a heavy world, laughter is the reminder that there are still reasons to be joyful. Your laughter gives others permission to laugh too. Way 11. Show empathy. Empathy is the bridge that connects hearts where words fall short. It is the rare ability to step out of your own perspective and feel what another person feels, to see through their eyes, hear through their silence, and carry a fragment of their pain or joy within yourself. When you show empathy, you do more than understand. You validate. You tell someone their emotions are real and they matter. That simple act has the power to calm storms within people that no advice ever could. Psychologically, empathy is one of the strongest social bonds we possess. It activates the same neural pathways in your brain that fire when you experience the emotion yourself. Your insular and anterior cingulate cortex light up, allowing you to mirror another person's inner world. This neurological resonance creates connection on an almost spiritual level. People who feel understood are naturally drawn to the ones who understand them. It's why empathy makes you magnetic, because it dissolves the distance between souls. Showing empathy doesn't always mean agreeing or fixing. It means being present. It's holding space for someone's truth without judgment, without rushing to change it. Sometimes it's as simple as a quiet nod, a soft word, or just being there in silence. The language of empathy is not "you should," but rather, "That sounds really difficult." Not solutions, but recognition. The mistake most people make is rushing to offer advice. They think solving the problem shows they care, but vaulting straight to solutions dismisses the emotion underneath. People need to be seen before they can be helped. They need someone to witness their struggle, to acknowledge their feelings as valid and real. Those who master empathy command deep respect, not because they demand it, but because they offer something few can comfort without condition. When you meet others with empathy, you remind them of their humanity. You become the person who makes the world feel a little safer, a little warmer, and infinitely more connected. When you truly understand, you don't need many words. Your presence becomes the magic itself. Way 12. Express gratitude regularly. Gratitude is the lens that transforms the ordinary into the extraordinary. It is the alchemical force that turns what you already have into more than enough. When expressed sincerely, it transforms the energy between people. It softens hearts, deepens connections, and leaves an imprint that lingers long after the words are spoken. Saying thank you might seem simple, but its impact runs deep. Gratitude taps into our primal need for recognition and belonging. It tells others you matter what you did mattered. That acknowledgement sparks warmth, validation, and an emotional reward that our brains crave. The human brain has a negativity bias, an evolutionary tendency to focus on threats and problems rather than gifts and goodness. Gratitude is the deliberate retraining of your mind. Studies in positive psychology show that expressing gratitude releases dopamine and serotonin, the very chemicals that elevate happiness and strengthen bonds. When you regularly express gratitude, you train your mind to focus on abundance rather than lack. It rewires your perspective. Suddenly, life feels fuller, relationships richer, and problems smaller. People are naturally drawn to those who radiate appreciation. They feel lighter in your presence because gratitude is contagious. It reminds others of their worth, making them feel valued, respected, and understood. That feeling of being appreciated is addictive. It makes them want to be around you more, to give more, to connect deeper. But gratitude must come from truth, not routine. Empty thanks ring hollow. Real gratitude has texture. It's specific, emotional, and heartfelt. Instead of a casual thanks, say, "I really appreciate how much effort you put into this. It meant a lot." Those words land differently. They create emotional intimacy and trust, the foundation of attraction and influence. People who live in gratitude live in abundance, not scarcity. That fullness radiates outward as attractive energy. Gratitude doesn't just make you likable. It makes you unforgettable because it makes people feel seen. Gratitude cannot change the past, but it expands the present into something beautiful. Way 13. Dress neatly and appropriately. The way you dress speaks long before you do. Every fabric color and detail sends silent messages about who you are, how you value yourself, and how much respect you give to the world around you. Dressing neatly and appropriately doesn't mean chasing trends or wearing expensive clothes. It means presenting yourself as someone who is intentional, grounded, and self-aware. Your clothing is the armor you choose, the silent announcement before words ever leave your lips. Psychologically clean and well-fitted clothing communicates discipline, confidence, and social intelligence. Within the first 7 seconds, people form impressions based 90% on appearance. Their brains make instant judgments about your competence, trustworthiness, and attractiveness before a single word is exchanged. Those first impressions are extraordinarily difficult to change. What you wear influences not only how others see you, but how you see yourself. This is known as enclothed cognition, the psychological effect where your clothing shapes your mindset and behavior. When you look put together, your posture straightens, your tone shifts, and your sense of capability expands. You begin to embody the energy that your appearance represents. The simple act of dressing with intention can transform self-doubt into quiet assurance. But appropriateness matters just as much as neatness. The principle isn't about expense, it's about respect. Respect for yourself and respect for those you encounter. A person who knows how to align their style with their environment radiates social awareness, a subtle understanding of context that instantly earns respect. Whether it's a job interview, a date, or a casual meeting, dressing with purpose shows that you value the moment and the people in it. It's not vanity. It's emotional communication through appearance. When your outward expression aligns with your inner confidence, you become magnetic. People notice, not because you stand out, but because you fit so effortlessly they can't help but look twice. This isn't about showing off. It's about declaring, I respect myself. Way 14. Maintain good hygiene. Good hygiene is the foundation of attraction, an unspoken language that communicates respect, discipline, and self-worth before you ever say a word. Cleanliness isn't vanity, it's psychology. When someone smells fresh, their hair is tidy and their skin looks cared for. The human brain instantly associates them with health, vitality, and safety. It's a primal instinct rooted in evolution. Our ancestors sought partners who appeared healthy because it meant better survival odds. Today, that same instinct still drives modern attraction. Cleanliness signals that you take care of yourself, and by extension, that you can take care of others. Scent plays a deeper role than most realize. The olfactory system is directly connected to the brain's limbic center, the seat of emotion and memory. A pleasant, natural scent can evoke comfort, desire, and warmth faster than words ever could. People may forget what you said, but they will never forget how you smell. Clean breath, fresh clothes, and well-kept skin whisper 1,000 things about you. Self-control, awareness, and quiet confidence. But hygiene isn't just about appearance, it's emotional energy. When you take care of your body, your mind follows. You walk differently, speak differently, and carry yourself with a silent pride that others feel. Neglect, on the other hand, subconsciously communicates chaos and self-disregard. The details matter more than you think. Fingernails, teeth, hair. These are the places people unconsciously notice the small markers their brains use to assess you without thought. Cleanliness in these areas builds trust because it demonstrates attention and consistency. Maintaining good hygiene is a daily ritual of respect toward yourself and everyone you encounter. It tells the world, I value myself and I value the space I share with you. And that silent message is irresistibly attractive. Hygiene is not mere courtesy. It is a love letter written to yourself. Way 15. Stay physically fit. Physical fitness is far more than appearance. It's a living reflection of discipline, vitality, and self-respect. When you take care of your body, you radiate an energy that people instinctively notice. Movement strength and endurance are ancient signals of health and survival that the human brain is hardwired to find attractive. Long before words, our ancestors judged trust and desirability through posture, energy, and vitality. That biological programming still lives in us today, buried deep in the subconscious. A fit body speaks the language of competence. It says, I can protect, provide, and persevere. But beyond attraction, fitness transforms the way you feel about yourself. Exercise floods your brain with endorphins and dopamine chemicals of joy, confidence, and resilience. It lowers stress, sharpens focus, and strengthens your emotional stability. People who move regularly stand taller, breathe deeper, and project an aura of calm control. Their presence feels grounded because they've trained not just muscles, but willpower. Each workout becomes a quiet promise kept to oneself, a testament that you are willing to do the hard things when no one is watching. Psychologically, fitness creates alignment between mind and body. When you push through discomfort, you learn to trust yourself. You carry that energy into every room you enter. People can feel it, the subtle steadiness of someone who honors their body and respects their limits. Fitness isn't vanity, it's vibration. It's the glow of strength, the rhythm of discipline, and the confidence of knowing you've built your own power. It's not just about looking alive, it's about feeling alive. Your body is not merely the container for your soul, it is the instrument you play every single day. Way 16. Sleep enough. Sleep is the quiet foundation of attraction, confidence, and emotional stability. It's not just rest, it's renewal. When you sleep enough, your body repairs, your mind resets, and your emotions rebalance. Without it, even the most charming personality or disciplined mind begins to unravel. Lack of sleep dulls your eyes, drains your energy, and subtly alters your mood in ways others instantly feel. People may not consciously know why something feels off, but they sense it. The science is clear. Sleep deprivation increases cortisol, the stress hormone. Your eyes redden, your skin loses its glow, your voice carries tension. The brain of everyone you meet reads these signals unconsciously and translates them as stress, instability, threat. Psychologically, sleep deprivation lowers emotional intelligence. It weakens your ability to empathize, regulate reactions, and read social cues, all traits central to connection and attractiveness. When you're well rested, your prefrontal cortex functions at its peak, allowing you to stay calm, focused, and composed. You listen better. You respond rather than react. You carry yourself with quiet control, and people feel safer around that steadiness. On a biological level, adequate sleep restores hormonal balance. It keeps cortisol low and testosterone, dopamine, and serotonin. Your confidence and happiness chemicals at healthy levels. Your skin glows. Your eyes brighten, your posture improves, and your voice carries ease instead of fatigue. Even subtle micro-expressions, like a relaxed smile or steady gaze, become more natural when your body isn't fighting exhaustion. Sleep is like a fully charged battery. When you're rested, you have energy to give to others rather than draining them. You radiate vitality, warmth, and clarity. You don't have to try to be attractive. You feel attractive. And that feeling quietly transforms everything about how the world sees you. Sleep is not a luxury. It is the best investment you can make in yourself. Way 17. Eat healthily. What you eat quietly shapes every part of who you are, your energy, your confidence, even the way you move through the world. Healthy eating isn't just about physical appearance. It's a psychological self-respect. Every meal is a message to your body that says you matter. When you nourish yourself with intention, your mind responds in kind, clearer thoughts, steadier moods, sharper focus. The brain and the gut are deeply connected through what scientists call the gut-brain axis. Your intestines function as a second brain, producing neurotransmitters that regulate emotion. The food you eat directly affects your emotional stability, motivation, and resilience. Eating clean means steady energy and balanced mood, not the spikes and crashes that come from processed food. Psychologically, choosing healthy food is self-respect made visible. It signals self-control and intentionality to others. even if they don't realize they're noticing. Each meal is a choice, and those choices accumulate into character. Eating healthily gives you a glow that no cosmetic product can replicate. When your body functions at its best, it shows. Your skin brightens. Your posture strengthens, your eyes become more alive. People may not consciously know why they're drawn to you, but they feel your vitality. Healthy eating emits quiet confidence, the kind that says you take control of your life rather than drift through it. But more than attraction, this habit builds self-trust. Each time you choose nourishment over numbness, you reinforce discipline and integrity. You become someone who doesn't need instant gratification to feel whole. Over time, this psychological strength radiates outward. It's visible in your calmness, your patience, and your energy. Food is emotion translated into matter. When you feed yourself well, you're not just maintaining a body. You're cultivating a mind that's alive, stable, and magnetic. Healthy eating is not deprivation. It is love for yourself delivered one bite at a time. Way. 18. Smell pleasant scent is one of the most intimate and powerful forms of attraction. It bypasses logic and speaks directly to emotion. When you smell pleasant, you don't just leave an impression, you create an experience. The human sense of smell is deeply tied to memory and desire. A single whiff of the right fragrance can trigger feelings of warmth, comfort, or fascination, anchoring you in someone's mind long after you've left the room. Its invisible influence, subtle yet unforgettable. Psychologically, scent operates on a primal level. Our ancestors relied on smell to detect health compatibility and even fertility. Today, that instinct remains hardwired. The olfactory system connects directly to the limbic system, the brain's emotional center, bypassing rational thought entirely. This is why scent influences us so powerfully and unconsciously. A clean, appealing scent signals vitality and care. It tells others you're attentive to detail, aware of the world around you. People are more likely to perceive someone who smells good as attractive, trustworthy, and emotionally balanced. It's not just the fragrance. It's what the fragrance says about your presence. But the power of scent lies in subtlety. Overpowering perfume or cologne drowns authenticity, while a soft, balanced aroma draws people closer. It should be gentle enough that others only notice when they're near, creating a subconscious desire to move closer. The best scents blend with your natural chemistry, creating something uniquely yours, something that feels familiar yet elusive. People may forget your face, but they will remember your scent. That olfactory memory links you to emotion in their subconscious, a connection deeper than words. When you smell pleasant, you evoke comfort and intrigue at once. You invite people to lean in without realizing why. Smelling good is more than hygiene. It's emotional storytelling. It leaves behind traces of memory that linger quietly, reminding others of how they felt in your presence. Scent is the invisible signature of your soul. Way 19. Have a clear sense of purpose. Purpose is magnetic. It's the quiet fire that pulls people toward you without a single word being spoken. When you know where you're going, the world feels your direction even before you explain it. There's a certain steadiness in those who move with intention, a gravity that commands attention. Psychology calls this goal orientation, but at its core, it's something deeper: clarity. People with purpose exude confidence, resilience, and certainty because they're no longer drifting. They're driven. The human brain craves narrative. We're wired to follow people who know what story they're living. That's why we're drawn to leaders, artists, and dreamers who radiate conviction. They awaken something dormant within us, a longing to find our own why. Having a clear sense of purpose shapes everything about you, your tone, your posture, your decisions. It gives meaning to your struggles and direction to your energy. When you walk through life with purpose, your steps are decisive, your gaze focused, your words certain. You radiate a drive that others can feel a different frequency of energy. Purpose doesn't have to be grand ambition. It doesn't have to be earn $1 million or change the world. It can be as simple as live with kindness or create beauty. What matters is that you know your why. When you understand why you exist, you stop seeking validation from outside. Your worth comes from within. You stop fearing rejection because your path is bigger than any single moment. People are drawn to those who carry purpose because it inspires them to seek their own. When you live with purpose, your presence becomes electric. Every word, every glance, every movement carries direction, and people can't help but feel it. They sense the fire inside you, not of chaos, but of meaning. Purpose is not a destination. It is the flame you carry inside your chest. Way 20. Display genuine interest in others. Few things captivate people more deeply than the feeling of being truly understood. When you display genuine interest in others, not the kind that waits for a pause so you can talk again, but the kind that listens to feel you create an instant spark of connection. Humans are wired to crave attention and validation. We want to be seen, heard, and valued. When you give someone that gift, their brain floods with dopamine and oxytocin, the same chemicals that bond lovers and deepen trust. Suddenly, they associate your presence with warmth, safety, and significance. In a world where everyone is desperate to be heard, the person who truly listens becomes unforgettable. Genuine interest means curiosity without agenda. It's leaning in when they speak, asking questions that go beyond surface level, and remembering the little details that matter to them. It's saying, "How did that make you feel?" instead of, "Oh, that happened to me too." The difference is profound. Asking to fill silence is not the same as asking to understand what someone is living through. People open up to those who make space for their stories. And the moment someone feels safe enough to share who they are, they begin to like you often without realizing why. Psychologically, this is rooted in the principle of reciprocity. We mirror the energy we receive. When you show sincere curiosity, others instinctively return it. Conversations deepen, walls fall. What begins as small talk turns into emotional resonance. The secret lies in authenticity. False interest always leaks through. But when your attention is real, when your eyes soften, your tone slows, and you truly listen. You stop being just another person in the crowd. You become the rare one who makes others feel seen. You don't need to talk much about yourself. They'll still remember you as the one person who truly saw them. Curiosity is not a communication technique. It is love made visible. Way 21. Compliment sincerely. A sincere compliment is one of the simplest yet most powerful ways to touch another human being. It's a gift that costs nothing, but has the power to change someone's entire emotional state. When you compliment sincerely, you're not just offering words. You're offering recognition. You're telling someone, "I see you." And that psychologically fulfills one of the deepest human needs, the desire to be acknowledged. People crave genuine validation far more than they crave attention. A true compliment cuts through the noise and lands directly in the heart. But sincerity is everything. The brain is extraordinarily sensitive to fakeness. Empty flattery is transparent. It feels manipulative and hollow, triggering wariness rather than warmth. A sincere compliment, however, carries weight because it's rooted in awareness. It's specific, thoughtful, and often unexpected. The golden rule: compliment something specific and offer it without agenda. Don't say, "You're great." Say, "I love the way you listen." You focus in a way that makes people feel heard. When you notice something subtle, how someone listens, how they handle stress, how their laughter brightens a room, you communicate emotional intelligence and depth. Your words become rare because they come from observation, not habit. The distinction matters. Compliment what someone worked for, not what they were born with. Praise their effort, their choices, their character. When you acknowledge something they've strived toward, they feel seen at a profound level. You've touched their deeper self, the part of them that tries, that cares, that wants to be better. People remember those who see them truly. When your compliment is authentic, it lingers in their memory for years. Psychologically, giving real compliments also elevates you. When you train your mind to look for the good in others, your brain shifts toward gratitude and abundance. You begin to attract more positivity because you reflect it. A sincere compliment is emotional currency. It can spark warmth between strangers, deepen friendships, or ignite attraction. The right words at the right moment can stay with someone forever. It's not about charm, it's about connection. And when your appreciation is real, it becomes unforgettable. A true compliment costs nothing, but it can light up someone's entire day. Way 22. Show passion. When you talk, passion is magnetic. It ignites emotion, commands attention, and breathes life into your words. When you speak with genuine passion, your voice carries an energy that people can feel, not just hear. It's a spark that awakens something ancient in human psychology, our instinct to follow excitement, to align with vitality, to be near the fire. People are drawn to passion because it signals life force, purpose, and emotional authenticity. It tells others, "I believe in this." And belief is contagious. Even if they don't share your interests, they'll be pulled in by the force of your conviction. When you speak passionately, your tone rises and falls with rhythm. Your eyes light up. Your gestures flow naturally, hands painting pictures in the air. Every part of you aligns in harmony with your message. And that congruence is what captivates people. Passion is not about being loud or dramatic. It's about being alive. It's intensity, not volume. Even a passionate whisper carries more power than a soulless shout. Psychologically, mirror neurons cause emotions to spread. When you're enthusiastic, listeners' brains activate the same emotional circuits. They begin to feel what you feel. Your passion becomes their curiosity, your excitement, their interest. Studies show that emotional expressiveness increases perceived intelligence, confidence, and attractiveness. People feel safer, more inspired, and more connected around someone who isn't afraid to show what moves them. Passion transforms ordinary words into emotional experiences. It breaks monotony, electrifies conversation, and leaves people remembering how you made them feel. A passionate speaker makes the world seem bigger possibilities, brighter, and ideas more real. It's the difference between speaking to someone and speaking into them. But passion must come from truth. Forced enthusiasm feels hollow and performative. Real passion flows effortlessly from authenticity. When your heart and voice align, you don't just communicate, you ignite. And that fire once felt is impossible to forget. The world remembers those who are passionate because they remind us that living is more than merely existing. Way 23. Stay curious about life. Curiosity is the spark that keeps your soul alive. It's the hunger to explore, to ask, to wonder, even when the answers aren't easy. People who stay curious radiate a kind of youthful energy that draws others in. They see the world not as something to endure, but as something to discover. Psychologically, curiosity is deeply attractive because it signals openness, intelligence, and emotional depth. It tells the world, I haven't stopped learning, I'm still growing. That mindset is magnetic. It makes conversations richer, connections deeper, and experiences unforgettable. When you're curious, you bring life to everything around you. You ask questions that make people think. You notice details others overlook, and you find beauty in ordinary moments. This energy awakens others' own sense of wonder, pulling them into your orbit. The curious person radiates freshness. Their brain reads to others as, this person is still alive, not dead inside comfort zones. Curiosity triggers dopamine, release the neurotransmitter of motivation and pleasure. That spark of excitement doesn't just make you feel more alive, it's contagious. People sense it when you talk. Your energy changes. You become the kind of person who makes others curious too, who ignites thought and conversation. Whether it's mastering a new skill, exploring a new subject, or diving into a hobby, each pursuit adds layers to your character. It gives you stories to tell, perspectives to share, and confidence that doesn't rely on validation. Your world expands, and people with wider worlds make more interesting companions. Conversations with them never feel stale because there's always something new to discover. Stagnation, on the other hand, dulls the spirit. When you stop learning, life becomes predictable, and predictability drains attraction. Growth, however, keeps you mysterious, dynamic, and full of possibility. It's the quiet fire behind charisma. The person who's always learning isn't just interesting. They make others feel inspired to grow too. And in a world where many stop seeking, the eternal learner stands apart, radiating not perfection, but passion, curiosity, and the undeniable allure of a mind that's alive. Curiosity is not childishness. It is the key that unlocks new worlds. Way 24. Use gentle humor. Gentle humor is one of the most magnetic forces in human connection. It's the art of lightening the atmosphere without stealing attention, of bringing ease to others while revealing confidence within yourself. When used well, humor signals intelligence, social awareness, and emotional control. It shows that you can read the room, adapt to its energy, and make people feel good in your presence. From an evolutionary perspective, humor evolved as a sign of creativity and quick thinking traits that indicated mental strength and adaptability. That's why people are instinctively drawn to those who can make them laugh. It subconsciously signals safety, intelligence, and charm. Gentle humor isn't about being loud or cutting. It's warmth disguised as wit. It softens tension, disarms defensiveness, and builds instant rapport. When you can laugh with others, not at them, it tells their subconscious, "You're safe here, you can relax." That kind of laughter binds people together faster than almost anything else. The distinction is crucial. Gentle humor means laughing together, not laughing at someone. There is no victim. It's humor born from humility, self-deprecation, or situational observation, never from attack. Skill in gentle humor shows emotional intelligence. It's knowing when to lighten the mood without trivializing what matters. In romantic attraction, it sparks chemistry. In friendships and professional settings, it creates comfort and trust. Psychologically, laughter releases endorphins and lowers cortisol, the stress hormone. You literally make people feel better just by making them smile. When someone laughs because of you, their brain links you to the feeling of joy. They want to be around you because being near you feels good. But the power lies in subtlety. Gentle humor never humiliates or dominates. It uplifts. It's playful, not performative. It reveals confidence without arrogance, intelligence without condescension. When you master that delicate balance, you become someone people want to be around because being near you feels light, safe, and effortlessly joyful. In a tense world, gentle laughter is the reminder everything will be okay. Way 25. Avoid complaining frequently. Complaining may feel like release, but it slowly poisons your energy and repels the very people you want to attract. Every time you complain, your brain rewires itself to focus on what's wrong instead of what's possible. Psychologically, it strengthens neural pathways of negativity, training your mind to expect disappointment before opportunity. What begins as venting soon becomes identity, the person who always finds fault. And people feel that vibration instantly. It drains rooms, closes hearts, and makes even your silence heavy. Humans are emotional mirrors. When you speak, others don't just hear your words, they feel your energy. The brain has a negativity bias, an evolutionary mechanism that makes us more sensitive to threats than rewards. Constant complaining triggers that alarm system. Their subconscious reads, danger, avoid. Complaining signals helplessness. And helplessness is deeply unattractive because it implies a loss of control. But when you refuse to indulge that reflex, you communicate something far more powerful: emotional mastery. You show that you can face life's imperfections without being consumed by them. That self-regulation radiates strength. People who hear complaints feel their energy being drained. They instinctively distance themselves to protect their own emotional state. Through neuroplasticity, frequent complaining trains your brain to automatically seek negative details. You become trapped in a loop where your mind gravitates toward problems, making it harder to see solutions or beauty. The more you complain, the more your brain finds reasons to complain. Avoiding complaints doesn't mean suppressing feelings. It means transforming them. Instead of saying, "This is terrible," you can ask, "What can I do about this?" That shift from victim to creator changes everything. It turns frustration into focus and attracts people who value resilience over pity. Psychologically, positivity breeds magnetism. People are drawn to those who emit calm even in chaos, optimism, even in struggle. When you stop complaining, you stop reinforcing weakness and start embodying power. Every challenge becomes a chance to demonstrate grace. That quiet, grounded strength doesn't just change how others see you, it changes how you see yourself. Less complaining means clearing mental clutter, making space for what is truly good. Way 26. Be comfortable with silence. Silence is one of the most powerful languages you can speak. In a world that constantly screams for attention, those who are comfortable with quiet radiate an aura of strength, mystery, and control. When you can sit in silence without rushing to fill it, you project confidence, the kind that doesn't need validation. Psychologically, silence unsettles the insecure because it forces authenticity. It reveals who's grounded and who's grasping for approval. The ability to pause, breathe, and simply be tells others, I am at peace with myself. And that calm is magnetic. People who fear silence often lack self-confidence. They fill every gap with meaningless words, nervous chatter, or forced questions. But silence creates space for deeper thought, for emotions to settle, for meaning to emerge. When you're comfortable with quiet conversations, gain weight. Each word you do speak carries more impact because it's intentional, not compulsive. Human interaction is a dance of energy. And silence is the pause that makes the rhythm powerful. It allows space for thought, reflection, and emotional connection. When you can hold eye contact and smile quietly instead of scrambling for words, it shows presence, a deep, unspoken awareness of the moment. People feel this energy. They lean into it because it feels safe, steady, and real. Silence also amplifies your words. Those who speak less are listened to more. The pauses between your sentences give your voice weight, turning ordinary speech into something intentional. It's in those moments of stillness that emotions settle, meaning deepens, and attraction grows. Being comfortable with silence doesn't mean being distant. It means being centered. It's the quiet confidence of someone who doesn't fear their own thoughts or the absence of noise. When you can share silence without discomfort, you create intimacy far stronger than words ever could. Silence is not emptiness. It is the space where meaning lives. Way 27. Show respect to everyone. Respect is the foundation of true charisma. It's the quiet acknowledgement of another person's worth, the silent message that says you matter. When you show respect to strangers, to subordinates, to the ones who can offer you nothing, you demonstrate strength of character, not weakness. People remember how you treat them when you have nothing to gain. That's what makes respect so powerfully attractive. It reveals your integrity without you ever needing to announce it. Psychologically, respect fulfills one of humanity's deepest needs: significance. Every person wants to feel valued and seen. When you give someone your attention, listen without judgment, and treat them with dignity, you trigger a powerful emotional response. They feel safe. They feel important. They feel human. And in return, they associate you with those feelings. That's how respect builds influence, not through authority, but through emotional intelligence. The way you treat people who don't matter reveals who you truly are. The truth of your character shows in how you speak to security guards, waiters, janitors, people society often renders invisible. Others observe these interactions and they judge you accordingly. When you respect the security guard with the same courtesy, you show the CEO observers see consistency. And consistency builds absolute trust. Showing respect doesn't mean agreeing with everyone. It means honoring their humanity regardless of your differences. It's the way you speak to service workers, the patience you show in disagreement, the restraint you practice when your ego wants to win. It's grace under tension, Empathy under pressure. Science shows that respect triggers oxytocin release, making people feel seen and valued, which naturally opens their hearts to you. The world notices that kind of composure. Those who master respect become magnetic because they stand out in a society addicted to self-importance. They command attention not through dominance, but through decency. People trust them, open up to them, and feel elevated in their presence. When you respect others without condition, you create a quiet gravity around you. The kind that doesn't demand admiration, but naturally earns it. Respect is not a cost. It is an investment in your own dignity. Way 28. Practice patience. Patience is one of the rarest and most magnetic forms of emotional power. It's the ability to stay calm while others rush to breathe when chaos tempts you to react. In a world that glorifies speed and instant gratification, patience radiates strength. It communicates self-control, wisdom, and quiet confidence. When you are patient, you signal to others that you are not ruled by impulse or insecurity. You are ruled by choice. That calm steadiness draws people in because it feels safe. They sense that your emotions don't swing wildly with circumstance, and that stability becomes deeply attractive. Psychologically, patience demonstrates emotional intelligence. It shows that you understand timing, that not every response, relationship, or opportunity must be forced. People who rush reveal their anxiety. People who wait with composure reveal mastery. When you can listen without interrupting, allow silence to breathe, or let others unfold at their own pace, you give the gift of understanding. You create an atmosphere where others feel accepted instead of pressured. Biologically, patience reduces cortisol and strengthens the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for judgment and empathy. You become less reactive, more grounded, and infinitely more magnetic. When you're not in a hurry, others feel they're not being rushed. They relax. They share more openly. They trust you with deeper truths because your patience tells them, "I respect your rhythm." Inside, patience rewires your nervous system. It reduces stress, increases mindfulness, and trains you to choose response over reaction. Each time you practice patience, you strengthen your ability to remain calm under pressure. That composure makes you a safe harbor in the storm. People naturally seek you out when they're weary because being near you feels like relief. There's quiet power in restraint, in knowing you don't need to chase validation or prove yourself. When you embody patience, people can feel it. They lean into your calm. They trust your timing. And in a restless world, the person who waits with grace always stands out. Patience is not passivity. It is the active choice of when to act. Way 29. Value your time. Time is the most honest measure of what you truly value. Every moment you spend, every conversation, distraction, and decision is a declaration of self-worth. When you value your time, you send a clear message to yourself and the world. My energy is precious. Psychologically, this creates boundaries that command respect. People subconsciously perceive those who guard their time as disciplined, confident, and purposeful. It's not arrogance. It's self-respect made visible. When you waste time on things or people that drain you, your subconscious takes note. It starts to believe that your goals, dreams, and peace aren't worth protecting. But when you choose wisely, saying no to chaos and yes to growth, you reprogram your mind to prioritize what truly matters. You begin to attract people who do the same. Time, after all, is the currency of life, and those who spend it wisely radiate control and direction. When your time has value, people treasure every minute they get with you. They stop taking you for granted. They show up prepared, focused, respectful. Your selectivity signals that access to you is a privilege, not a given. Setting boundaries around your time means saying no to what doesn't serve you. It means protecting your energy and reserving it only for what's worthy. This isn't selfishness, it's self-preservation. Good time management reduces stress, which increases positive energy, which makes you more attractive to be around. Psychologically, valuing your time builds internal power. You stop chasing validation and start living with intention. You learn that not every invitation deserves attendance, not every message needs an instant reply, and not every connection warrants access to your energy. This quiet discipline amplifies your attractiveness. It's the aura of someone who knows their worth. When you respect your own time, you teach others how to treat you. You become magnetic because you move with purpose. Every choice, every pause, every boundary whispers the same truth. You're not afraid to walk alone if it means walking toward what matters. Time is the only thing you cannot buy back. Spend it wisely. Way 30. Speak clearly and slowly. The way you speak shapes the way the world perceives you. When you speak clearly and slowly, you exude confidence, composure, and intelligence. Each word becomes intentional, deliberate, not desperate. Psychologically, people equate measured speech with authority. It's why leaders, storytellers, and persuaders rarely rush their words. They understand that silence and pacing command more respect than speed ever could. Speaking slowly tells others, I am in control. I value what I'm saying, and so should you. Rushed speech often betrays anxiety. It signals a fear of being interrupted, unheard, or dismissed. The brain reads fast talking as anxious, lacking confidence. But when you slow down, you communicate the opposite calm certainty. Your tone becomes soothing, your message more memorable, your presence more powerful. Listeners subconsciously mirror your rhythm. If you're calm, they relax. If you rush, they tense. In this way, your pace controls not just how you're perceived, but how others feel in your presence. A slow, clear voice has an almost hypnotic effect. It draws people into a state of deep listening, allowing your message to penetrate the subconscious. Clarity is equally vital. Mumbled words and filler phrases dilute your message, while clear articulation sharpens it. The brain craves structure. When it hears clarity, it feels safe. It can trust you. Pausing for 1 or 2 seconds between ideas creates emphasis and gives listeners' brains time to process. Each pause adds weight. Each breath gives your emotions space to land. Speaking clearly and slowly doesn't mean dragging your sentences. It means owning them. Those who control their speech pace control the rhythm of conversation. They become leaders without announcing it. The most magnetic voices are unhurried yet alive, steady yet warm. They draw people in because they feel balanced, neither demanding attention nor begging for it. When you master the art of speaking clearly and slowly, your words don't just reach ears, they linger in minds and echo in hearts. Words are not weapons of speed. They are arrows of precision. Way 31. Be decisive. Decisiveness is the heartbeat of confidence. It's the ability to move when others hesitate, to act when the world wavers. People are naturally drawn to those who know what they want, because certainty is magnetic. In a world full of doubt and second-guessing, decisiveness feels like stability. It calms anxiety and inspires trust. When you make choices without endless hesitation, you project strength, leadership, and self-assurance. You tell the world, "I trust myself." Psychologically, decisiveness is rooted in self-belief. The brain interprets hesitation as insecurity, but action as confidence. Even small decisions, choosing where to go, what to do, or how to respond, send subtle signals that you're grounded in your own authority. People feel safer around decisive energy because it promises direction and control. Indecision, on the other hand, drains attraction. It reveals internal chaos, the inability to commit, to lead, to trust one's instincts. But decisiveness ignites respect. It shows courage. The distinction is crucial. Decisive does not mean impulsive. Decisiveness means you weigh your options, consider the consequences, then commit. Impulsiveness is reckless. Decisiveness is calculated courage. When you make a choice and own it, even if it leads to mistakes, you demonstrate emotional maturity. You show that you value progress over perfection. Being decisive doesn't mean being reckless. It means moving with clarity. You listen, assess, and then act. The decisive person doesn't need everyone's approval. They move because their inner compass tells them to. That conviction is captivating. It signals purpose, power, and poise. People follow those who decide because in a world afraid of choosing, the one who acts becomes the one who leads. Decisive people become anchors in the storm. When everything is chaotic and uncertain, they provide direction. Others naturally look to them for guidance because their certainty creates safety. Decisions create paths. Hesitation creates paralysis. Way 32. Keep learning new things. There is something irresistibly magnetic about a mind that never stops growing. When you keep learning new things, you radiate curiosity, energy, and depth, qualities that captivate people far more than surface-level charm ever could. Continuous learning signals vitality. It shows you're alive inside, mentally evolving and open to the unknown. Psychologically, this is deeply attractive because humans are wired to admire growth. We subconsciously associate learners with adaptability, intelligence, and resilience traits, linked to survival and strength throughout evolution. Every time you learn something new, your brain releases dopamine, the neurotransmitter tied to motivation and pleasure. That spark of excitement doesn't just make you feel more alive, it's contagious. People sense it when you talk. Your energy changes. You become the kind of person who makes others curious too, who ignites thought and conversation. Whether it's mastering a new skill, exploring a new subject, or diving into a hobby, each pursuit adds layers to your character. It gives you stories to tell, perspectives to share, and confidence that doesn't rely on validation. You become a treasure chest that always has something new to offer. People are drawn to that richness because conversations with you never grow stale. Stagnation, on the other hand, dulls the spirit. When you stop learning, life becomes predictable, and predictability drains attraction. Growth, however, keeps you mysterious, dynamic, and full of possibility. It's the quiet fire behind charisma. The person who's always learning isn't just interesting. They make others feel inspired to grow too. And in a world where many stop seeking, the eternal learner stands apart, radiating not perfection, but passion, curiosity, and the undeniable allure of a mind that's alive. Continuous learning means you're always becoming, never stagnant. That perpetual evolution is magnetic because it promises that being around you will always offer something new. Learning never stops means living never becomes boring. Way 33. Maintain healthy boundaries. Healthy boundaries are not walls. They are the invisible lines that define your self-worth. They communicate what you will and will not accept, shaping how others treat you and how you treat yourself. Psychologically, boundaries are an act of emotional self-respect. They say, I value my peace, my energy, and my identity. People who lack boundaries often find themselves drained, resentful, or lost because they give pieces of themselves away just to be liked. But those who protect their space radiate quiet power. Others sense it immediately. The confidence, the stability, the self-assurance that doesn't need permission. Maintaining healthy boundaries isn't about rejection. It's about alignment. It means you choose who gets access to your time, emotions, and vulnerability. When you say no, you're not being rude. You're being real. And that authenticity commands respect. You don't need to over-explain your boundaries. A simple, firm no is complete. The human brain is wired to respond to strength and certainty, and boundaries are the behavioral proof of both. People trust those who know where they stand because it feels safe, predictable, and grounded. Without boundaries, people begin to take you for granted. They assume your time and energy are unlimited, that you'll always accommodate, always bend. But clear boundaries teach others that access to you is earned, not assumed. Psychologically, boundaries also reinforce identity. They keep you connected to your core values and prevent emotional enmeshment when your mood or sense of self becomes dependent on others. Over time, this clarity builds emotional balance, and balance is deeply attractive. It shows that you can love without losing yourself, care without collapsing, give without emptying. When you maintain boundaries, you stop seeking validation and start choosing connection. You become someone who protects their inner world fiercely. And that self-possession draws others in, because nothing is more magnetic than a person who values their peace enough to defend it. Boundaries don't push people away. They protect real connection. Way 34. Be reliable and consistent. Reliability is quiet power. In a world full of uncertainty and broken promises, those who show up consistently become rare and irresistible. Being reliable doesn't just make people trust you, it makes them feel safe around you. Psychologically, consistency is deeply tied to emotional security. Our brains crave predictability because it signals stability and reduces anxiety. When someone's actions align with their words, the mind relaxes. It says, I can depend on this person. That sense of dependability becomes the foundation of attraction, friendship, and influence. Reliability isn't about perfection. It's about integrity. It's being the person who follows through even when no one is watching. Each time you keep a promise or show up when you said you would, you strengthen invisible threads of trust that others feel on a subconscious level. Over time, those threads become bonds. And in relationships, romantic or otherwise, trust is the most potent form of intimacy. The brain needs to predict behavior to feel safe. When you're consistent, you become predictable in the best way, dependable, steady, trustworthy. This reduces cortisol and anxiety in those around you. They stop worrying about whether you'll show up, whether you'll follow through, whether you'll change unpredictably. That certainty is calming. Consistency also communicates confidence and emotional maturity. People who fluctuate wildly in mood intent or behavior create chaos. People who remain steady create peace. That peace draws others in because it feels grounding. It says, "You don't have to guess with me." When your energy, words, and actions stay aligned, you project reliability not through effort, but through essence. You become someone others lean toward, instinctively someone who brings order to a noisy world. Promise less, deliver more. And there's nothing more attractive than the quiet strength of a person who simply keeps showing up. Consistency is the most valuable currency in relationships. Way 35. Follow through on promises. Following through on promises is one of the clearest reflections of integrity. And integrity is magnetic. When you keep your word even in small things, you send a powerful message: you can trust me. In a world where people constantly overpromise and underdeliver, reliability becomes rare and deeply attractive. It shows strength, accountability, and emotional maturity. The moment you follow through, you separate yourself from the many who talk but never act. Psychologically, consistency is one of the deepest human needs. Our brains crave predictability. It creates safety. When someone repeatedly does what they say they will, we subconsciously feel at ease around them. We don't have to second-guess their intentions or their loyalty. Trust forms naturally, and with it comes respect, admiration, and connection. People are drawn to those who are steady, who mean what they say and say what they mean. Each promise you keep deposits trust into an emotional bank account. Over time, that account grows, and people begin to rely on you, not just for tasks, but for emotional stability. Your word becomes your bond. Every time you break a promise, no matter how small, you chip away at your credibility, not just with others, but with yourself. Your subconscious begins to believe that your words don't matter, that commitments are negotiable. But keeping promises builds inner strength. It teaches your mind that your words carry weight, that your actions have meaning. You begin to believe in your own power to shape reality through commitment. Those who follow through are seen as leaders, as anchors in chaos. Their reliability becomes their reputation. Others feel safe to dream, plan, and open up around them. Be cautious with what you promise. Don't commit lightly. But when you do commit, honor it completely. Because when your word becomes your bond, your presence becomes something rare, something people instinctively trust, respect, and are drawn toward without ever fully understanding why. Your words have value only when actions follow. Way 36. Handle rejection gracefully. Rejection is one of life's sharpest teachers, and how you respond to it defines not only your strength, but also your attractiveness. There's a quiet, magnetic power in the person who faces rejection without bitterness, without defensiveness, without collapsing into self-pity. When you handle rejection with grace, you signal emotional maturity and self-assurance. You show that your worth is not dependent on external approval. Psychologically, this is captivating because confidence in the face of loss projects security. People instinctively trust and respect those who remain composed when things don't go their way. Rejection triggers the same pain centers in the brain as physical injury. Yet those who rise above it rewire their emotions rather than letting them control the narrative. Instead of asking, "What's wrong with me?" they ask, "What can I learn from this?" That shift from self-blame to self-growth transforms pain into power. It's a rare kind of beauty, the resilience that doesn't flinch when the world says no. When you react with poise instead of anger, curiosity instead of resentment, you show that your validation comes from within. That calm composure makes others feel your inner strength. The way you handle rejection reveals far more about your character than how you celebrate success. Success is easy to handle. Rejection tests who you truly are. Ironically, the moment you stop chasing acceptance, you become more desirable. Rejection loses its sting when you understand it's not a verdict on your worth. It's redirection. It's the universe saying, "Not this way, try another." Grace in these moments tells people you're grounded, self-aware, and untouchable by ego. And nothing is more attractive than someone who can face disappointment, smile genuinely, and still walk forward with quiet confidence. Rejection doesn't close doors. It opens different directions. Way 37. Admit mistakes honestly. Honesty in the face of error is one of the rarest and most disarming forms of strength. When you admit your mistakes without defensiveness or excuses, you send a powerful signal. I'm human and I take responsibility. Psychologically, this triggers trust because authenticity is more compelling than perfection. People instinctively respect those who can own their flaws. It shows self-awareness, humility, and courage, the traits our subconscious associates with emotional maturity and leadership. The paradox is real admitting mistakes actually increases trust rather than diminishing it. Admitting mistakes honestly also rewires the mind toward growth. Instead of seeing failure as a threat to your identity, you see it as feedback, a mirror, showing where you can evolve. This mindset keeps your ego in check and your confidence real, not fragile. When you stop hiding behind justifications, you create space for others to breathe around you. They no longer fear judgment or pretense. They feel safe, seen, and connected. In relationships, honesty about mistakes deepens trust faster than denial ever could. Vulnerability makes people lean in. It humanizes you. When you say, "I was wrong," and mean it, you bridge the emotional gap between two people. You show that your integrity matters more than your image. And that's magnetic. The distinction matters. Admitting mistakes is not the same as being insecure. Taking responsibility is not self-deprecation. It's owning your humanity without collapsing into shame. The most attractive individuals aren't flawless. They're accountable. They don't crumble under imperfection. They rise from it. Each time you own your errors with grace, you strengthen the invisible thread of respect between you and others. And in a world obsessed with appearances, the courage to admit truth stands out brighter than any facade could ever shine. Making mistakes is normal. Hiding them is cowardice. Way 38. Avoid gossip. Gossip is the poison of connection disguised as conversation. It seduces with the illusion of closeness, of sharing secrets and being in the know. But beneath the surface, it erodes trust, respect, and authenticity. When you speak about others behind their backs, the human mind instinctively assumes you'll do the same to them. Psychologically, gossip is a red flag. It signals insecurity and low emotional control. People might listen, they might even laugh, but deep down, they stop feeling safe around you. True influence and attractiveness are built on integrity, not intrigue. Avoiding gossip sets you apart because it shows discipline. It means you refuse to feed on negativity or use others' flaws as entertainment. Instead, you rise above. You exude quiet strength, the kind that values truth over drama. When you rise above gossip, you become someone others can trust with their vulnerability. You create an emotional sanctuary where people feel seen, not judged. That safety is rare, and rare is always magnetic. The brain makes an automatic association. If you gossip about others, you'll gossip about me. Trust evaporates before it even forms. Psychologically, the refusal to gossip signals high status. Those who are confident in themselves don't need to tear others down to feel powerful. They redirect conversations toward growth ideas and purpose. Over time, people notice. They begin to associate your presence with peace, not chaos with clarity, not confusion. To avoid gossip is to choose integrity over impulse. It's to understand that words carry energy, and every sentence you speak either builds or breaks trust. When your tongue becomes a tool for truth instead of destruction, you stop blending in and start commanding silent respect. What you say about others reveals who you are. Way 39. Stay calm under pressure. Calmness under pressure is the mark of true power. When chaos swirls and everyone else panics, the person who remains composed becomes the center of gravity in the room. People are instinctively drawn to that steadiness. It feels like safety. In moments of stress, the human brain looks for stability for someone who seems in control. When you can breathe deeply and think clearly in the heat of tension, you project confidence, competence, and emotional mastery. You silently say, "I can handle this," and that message is magnetic. Psychologically, calmness is contagious. Through a process called emotional contagion, others subconsciously mirror your state of being. If you're anxious, they feel it. If you're steady, they relax. Staying calm under pressure doesn't mean ignoring fear. It means mastering it. It's emotional regulation at its highest level, the ability to command your own nervous system instead of letting it command you. That composure makes people trust you, follow you, and confide in you. Calm people are magnetic because they bring order to chaos. They can de-escalate conflict, think strategically, and make rational decisions when others lose perspective. This kind of control is rare and therefore captivating. It signals not just discipline, but wisdom. You become the person others turn to when things fall apart, because your stillness gives them permission to believe everything will be okay. Take 3 deep breaths before reacting to anything stressful. That simple pause engages your prefrontal cortex, the rational brain, and disengages your amygdala, the panic center. In those few seconds, you shift from reactive to responsive. In a world that rewards noise and reaction, calmness is quiet authority. It's power disguised as peace. Those who master it don't need to prove their strength. They radiate it. Storms rage outside. Silence lives within. Way 40 demonstrates self-discipline. Self-discipline is one of the most underrated yet profoundly attractive traits a person can possess. It's not loud or boastful. It's quiet strength, the kind that builds respect before you even speak. When you demonstrate self-discipline, you show control over your impulses, emotions, and desires. You communicate that you're not ruled by chaos, but guided by intention. Psychologically, this signals stability and reliability. 2 traits that deeply attract others on both conscious and subconscious levels. People are drawn to those who can govern themselves because it implies leadership maturity and emotional mastery. Self-discipline radiates through subtle cues, the way you follow through on promises, maintain composure in temptation, or keep commitments when no one's watching. It's the invisible force behind confidence, the assurance that you can trust yourself. This reliability creates magnetic energy. It makes others feel safe in your presence because they sense control, not volatility. From a biological standpoint, discipline regulates your dopamine system. It teaches your brain to delay gratification, increasing focus and long-term fulfillment. Those who master this become more productive, more purposeful, and more at peace. Their lives don't swing with every impulse. They move with calm precision, and that calmness feels powerful. It inspires others, often without a word. True self-discipline isn't about suppression. It's about alignment. It's the art of choosing what serves you over what tempts you. Each disciplined choice is a vote for the person you want to become. Do one difficult thing every day. Wake early. Exercise. Create. Resist distraction. Each act trains your willpower like a muscle. When you embody self-discipline, you don't just appear strong, you are strong. And strength, when quiet and consistent, becomes the most alluring kind of confidence there is. Self-discipline doesn't imprison, it liberates. Way 41. Take responsibility for your emotions. Taking responsibility for your emotions is one of the most powerful forms of self-mastery. It means refusing to let other people, circumstances, or chaos dictate your internal state. When you own your feelings, anger, sadness, jealousy, fear, you reclaim control over the only thing that's truly yours, your reaction. Psychologically, this is emotional maturity in action. It's the difference between being driven by impulse and being guided by awareness. The language you use reveals everything. Saying, "You made me angry," positions you as a victim powerless against external forces. But saying, "I felt angry," reclaims agency. You acknowledge the emotion without surrendering your power to someone else. People who can regulate their emotions project stability. And stability is magnetic. It draws others in because it feels safe, grounded, and rare. When you blame others for how you feel, you hand them your power. You become reactive, tossed by every word, every look, every disappointment. But when you pause, reflect, and choose your response consciously, you step into quiet dominance over your own mind. This doesn't mean suppressing emotion. It means owning it. You acknowledge what you feel, understand where it comes from, and decide what to do with it. That's emotional intelligence, the trait that separates self-aware people from the chaotic. Neurologically, when your prefrontal cortex successfully regulates your limbic system, you achieve emotional maturity. You respond rather than react. Taking responsibility for your emotions also transforms relationships. It ends cycles of blame, manipulation, and misunderstanding. Instead of saying, "You made me angry," you say, "I felt angry, and here's why." That simple shift changes everything. It replaces accusation with clarity and defensiveness with connection. Emotionally responsible people radiate strength and peace. They don't chase drama because they've learned to create calm within themselves. That inner stability is deeply attractive. It's the energy of someone who doesn't just survive their emotions, but commands them with quiet grace. Your emotions are yours. Master them. Way 42. Be optimistic but realistic. Optimism is the light that draws people in, but realism is the grounding that keeps them there. When you embody both, you create a rare balance: hope without delusion, positivity without denial. People are magnetically drawn to those who can see possibility even in difficulty. It signals emotional strength and resilience, the kind that makes others feel safer in your presence. Psychologically, optimism activates the brain's reward centers, elevating not only your mood, but the mood of those around you. It's contagious. Yet when paired with realism, it becomes unstoppable, hope anchored in truth. Pure optimism can feel naive, detached from the real world. Pure realism can feel cold, lifeless, and cynical. But the fusion of both is powerful. It communicates faith with awareness. It says, I see the challenges, but I still believe in the outcome. That mindset is deeply attractive because it mirrors emotional maturity. It tells others that you can face chaos without collapsing, that you can dream without drifting. In social psychology, people who balance optimism with realism are perceived as better leaders, better partners, and better decision makers. They inspire confidence, not through fantasy, but through grounded hope. Their presence feels steady and reassuring, especially when others lose sight of the bigger picture. Strategic optimism means trusting the process while preparing for obstacles. It's believing you'll succeed while acknowledging the work required. Being optimistic but realistic is emotional alchemy. It transforms a hardship into growth and turns uncertainty into purpose. You become the calm voice in the storm, the person who can say, it's going to be okay. And here's why. That quiet strength doesn't just attract people, it earns their faith. You see the difficulty, but you believe in overcoming it. Way 43. Use confident but relaxed gestures. Body language speaks long before words ever do. And confident yet relaxed gestures are the language of quiet power. When your movements are controlled, smooth, and unhurried, they signal composure, self-assurance, and ease within yourself. People instantly notice this balance. It's the difference between someone who tries to appear confident and someone who simply is. The way you use your hands, the way you move your shoulders, even the pace at which you turn your head, all communicate volumes about how you see yourself. Psychologically relaxed gestures activate a sense of trust and approachability. They show that you feel safe, that you don't need to fight for attention or approval. Confident gestures, open palms, measured hand movements, and stillness. When listening, signal control and awareness. But when that confidence is paired with calm, it becomes irresistible. You radiate authority without intimidation, strength without tension. People subconsciously equate smooth, deliberate movement with competence and leadership. Stiff gestures betray anxiety or fear. Rushed movements reveal nervousness. But when you move with intention, like someone at peace in their own body, you create a sense of harmony. Your gestures should follow your thoughts, not precede them. Speak with your hands naturally, punctuating your words instead of performing them. The key is rhythm. Rushed or exaggerated gestures betray anxiety. Stiff ones suggest fear. But when you move with purpose and ease, you create balance. This fusion of confidence and relaxation triggers what psychologists call non-verbal congruence. When your body tone and energy all align, everything about you feels authentic, balanced, magnetic. People may not know why they're drawn to you, but they feel it. It's because your body speaks the truth your words can't. Your body speaks before your mouth does. Way 44. Nod slightly when listening. A slight nod may seem insignificant, yet it carries extraordinary psychological weight. When you nod as someone speaks, you send an unconscious signal of validation. I hear you. I understand you. You matter right now. It's one of the simplest ways to build trust and emotional connection because it taps into our primal desire to be acknowledged. Humans are wired to seek affirmation, and that subtle nod acts as a mirror of empathy. It tells the other person their words have value, that their emotions are landing somewhere safe. Psychologists call this active listening feedback. It's not about agreeing with everything you hear. It's about showing presence. That small movement tells their subconscious you're engaged, not waiting to talk. As they feel understood, their defenses lower, oxytocin rises, and the conversation deepens naturally. You become someone they feel at ease around, someone who listens not to reply, but to connect. In relationships, business, and attraction, this is a secret weapon. People are drawn to those who make them feel heard. A gentle nod combined with soft eye contact and relaxed facial expressions transforms dialogue into rapport. It shifts the energy from transactional to intimate. But the key is authenticity. Exaggerated or mechanical nodding feels fake and breaks trust. The power lies in timing and sincerity. Nod when something resonates, when you genuinely understand. That subtle rhythm builds invisible harmony between you and the other person. It's empathy expressed through body language, the quiet art of saying everything without uttering a single word. Timing matters. Nod when they express something important, not robotically. When someone feels understood through your gesture, they associate you with safety and connection. A nod is listening made visible. Way 45. Be playful when appropriate. Playfulness is the art of bringing light into heavy moments. Its charm in motion, the effortless ability to make others feel alive. When you're playful, you remind people that joy still exists, that not everything has to be serious or strategic. Psychologically, playfulness signals confidence and emotional intelligence. It shows that you're comfortable enough in your own skin to loosen control, to laugh, to tease, to dance with the unpredictability of life. People are drawn to that energy because it feels safe and exhilarating all at once. Playfulness activates the childlike parts of the brain, the same areas tied to curiosity, creativity, and connection. When you allow that side of yourself to emerge, you create moments that bypass logic and go straight to emotion. Laughter releases oxytocin, the bonding hormone, which deepens trust and attraction. A shared laugh can forge a bond stronger than hours of small talk ever could. But the key is timing. Playfulness must flow naturally, with sensitivity to the situation and the people involved. Too much, and it feels immature. Too little, and you seem cold or distant. True playfulness adapts. It finds the cracks in tension and fills them with warmth. Read the atmosphere carefully. Don't be playful during serious moments. But when the mood allows, let your lightness shine. Being playful when appropriate isn't about jokes or antics. It's about energy. It's the spark that says, I can handle life's weight without losing my light. People can't resist that balance. Someone who can face storms with a grin, who turns ordinary moments into memories. That kind of spirit doesn't just attract others, it awakens them. Seriousness is important, but playfulness keeps us alive. Way 46. Value. Personal growth. Personal growth is the heartbeat of true attractiveness. When you value becoming better, not for approval, but for evolution, you emit an energy that's magnetic. People can feel when you're on a journey, when you're hungry to learn, stretch, and refine yourself. It's the psychological equivalent of movement. And the human brain is drawn to motion. Growth signals vitality, purpose, and emotional intelligence. It says, I am not stagnant. I am becoming. And in a world where many stay comfortable, that energy is electric. Those who value personal growth radiate a quiet kind of confidence. They don't pretend to know everything. They're curious, open, and humble. They read, reflect, fail, and rise again without shame. Psychologically, this signals adaptability, one of the most attractive human traits. Growth-oriented people are resilient. They evolve instead of crumbling. Being around them feels inspiring because they remind others of what's possible. When you commit to growth, you stop chasing validation and start building value. You no longer fear change, you invite it. This shift transforms your presence. You begin to speak with depth, listen with empathy, and love with awareness. People are drawn to you not because you're perfect, but because you're becoming. And that process itself is captivating. Stagnation, on the other hand, drains energy. When you stop growing, conversations become repetitive, perspectives narrow, and your aura dulls. But growth keeps you dynamic, mysterious, full of new layers to discover. Valuing personal growth makes you magnetic because it proves you're alive on the inside. It tells the world you're not just existing, you're expanding. And that quiet pursuit of betterment doesn't just change how people see you, it changes how they feel around you. Hopeful, inspired, and alive. You today, better than you yesterday, equals success. Way 47. Surround yourself with positive people. The company you keep shapes your energy, your mindset, and even your destiny. Surrounding yourself with positive people isn't about blind optimism. It's about aligning with those who fuel your growth instead of draining it. Energy is contagious. The moods, habits, and outlooks of those around you seep into your subconscious through emotional contagion, a psychological phenomenon where you unconsciously mirror the emotions of others. When your circle radiates joy, resilience, and encouragement, your own vibration rises to meet theirs. You start to see possibilities instead of obstacles, hope instead of fear. Positive people challenge you gently, but believe in you fiercely. They remind you of your potential when self-doubt whispers lies. They celebrate your wins, but more importantly, they stay when you lose. Being around them makes you lighter, calmer, and more creative because your nervous system begins to associate connection with safety instead of stress. Over time, this rewires your brain to expect good things, to trust life again. In contrast, negativity corrodes silently. People who complain, criticize, or gossip drain emotional oxygen from your spirit. They anchor you to fear and scarcity, dulling your light without you even noticing. The truth is, you become like the people you spend the most time with, not immediately, but inevitably. Their energy becomes your baseline. Your outlook reflects theirs. Choosing positive people is choosing your future. It's not about perfection. It's about alignment. When your environment reflects hope, strength, and kindness, you evolve effortlessly. Your energy becomes magnetic, your confidence steadier, your life lighter. Because when you rise together, positivity doesn't just surround you, it becomes you. The energy you absorb equals the average of your 5 closest people. Choose your circle. It chooses your future. Way 48. Be generous with your time. Time is the most valuable thing you can ever give someone, because once it's gone, you never get it back. When you choose to share your time generously, you send a powerful psychological message: you matter to me. It's an act of presence of genuine care that transcends words or material gifts. People instinctively recognize this sacrifice because time equals attention. And attention is love in its purest form. In a world where everyone is distracted, your undivided focus feels like warmth in the cold. Generosity with time doesn't mean overextending yourself or pleasing everyone. It means being fully there when you choose to be with someone. It's listening without checking your phone, showing up when it's inconvenient, and offering help when there's nothing in it for you. Psychologically, this kind of presence builds trust faster than anything else. It tells others they're seen, prioritized, and valued. The human brain associates consistent presence with safety. So when you give your time, you create emotional security. This generosity also transforms how others perceive your character. It signals abundance. People who are secure in themselves don't guard their time like a dragon hoarding gold. They share it wisely, knowing their worth doesn't diminish by giving. That calm confidence makes you magnetic, but the secret is balance. Time given without resentment holds the most power. When your generosity comes from sincerity, not obligation, people feel it. They remember how you made them feel seen, understood, and important. And that memory becomes the thread that keeps them drawn to you long after you've gone. Time given doesn't deplete, it multiplies. Way 49. Express your values clearly. Clarity in values is magnetic because it reveals depth, direction, and authenticity. When you express what you stand for, honesty, loyalty, freedom, compassion, you send a signal to the world: this is who I am. Psychologically, people trust those who are consistent in word and action. Our brains are wired to seek stability, and individuals who live by clear values feel safe to be around. They don't waver with every opinion or trend. They move with conviction. That kind of certainty commands respect without ever demanding it. When you hide or soften your values to please others, you create internal conflict. Your subconscious senses the dissonance eroding confidence from within. But when you speak and act in alignment with your principles, your body language, tone, and presence all harmonize. You exude authenticity, the rare quality that instantly attracts. People may not always agree with you, but they'll admire your integrity. Expressing your values clearly also acts as a filter. It attracts those who resonate with your truth and naturally repels those who don't. This isn't rejection, it's refinement. It saves you from shallow connections and fills your life with depth and alignment. Psychologically, this fosters emotional safety because people know what to expect from you. You become predictable in the best way, dependable, consistent, and real. Values are the invisible spine of your character. When you express them clearly, you give others something solid to hold on to in a world full of uncertainty. And nothing is more attractive than someone who knows exactly who they are and lives it unapologetically. Speak your values. Live your values. They form the backbone of character. Way 50. Maintain eye contact while smiling. Eye contact paired with a genuine smile is one of the most powerful combinations of human connection. It bridges the gap between confidence and warmth, strength and approachability. When you hold someone's gaze while smiling, it creates an unspoken current of trust and attraction. Psychologically, this small act activates both recognition and reward centers in the brain. It tells the other person you're seen and you're safe. It's primal, ancient, and disarming in the best possible way. Most people smile without looking or look without smiling. But when you do both together, something shifts. You project openness without vulnerability, interest without neediness. It's a signal of emotional balance, the kind that makes people feel instantly comfortable, yet intrigued. Studies in social psychology show that individuals who maintain warm eye contact are perceived as more confident, likable, and genuine. It communicates self-assurance without a single word. There's also an almost electric quality to it. A smile anchored in direct eye contact can make hearts race, conversations linger, and moments unforgettable. It bypasses logic and speaks straight to instinct. You're not just looking at someone, you're connecting with them. The energy becomes palpable. It's intimacy born in seconds. The combination triggers simultaneous release of oxytocin and dopamine, creating powerful bonding chemistry. But the key lies in sincerity. Forced smiles and prolonged stares feel performative, even unsettling. A genuine smile that reaches your eyes, held in soft but steady contact, makes you unforgettable. Look into their eyes for 2 seconds, smile authentically, hold for 1 more second. That rhythm creates connection without pressure. It's a subtle way of saying, I'm confident, I'm kind, and I see you. And in a world starving for real connection, that combination is pure magnetism. The wordless connection is the strongest. Way 51. Develop emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is the quiet force that separates those who simply exist from those who truly connect. It's the ability to understand, regulate, and express your emotions in a way that strengthens relationships rather than sabotages them. People with high emotional intelligence radiate calm awareness. They don't react impulsively. They respond with intention. In a world full of emotional chaos, that composure is magnetic. It signals depth, maturity, and control. Others instinctively feel safer around someone who can stay grounded when emotions run high. Psychologically, emotional intelligence bridges logic and feeling. It allows you to recognize your internal state without being ruled by it, while also sensing the emotional undercurrents in others. This empathy creates a powerful kind of influence. When you can read people's emotions, what they're saying beneath their words, you can connect, persuade, and comfort effortlessly. You stop speaking at people and start speaking to their hearts. Emotional intelligence rests on 4 pillars: self-awareness, knowing what you feel and why; self-management, controlling your reactions; social awareness, reading others' emotions; and relationship management, navigating interactions skillfully. Together, these create a foundation for leadership, love, and meaningful living. Emotionally intelligent people don't suppress their feelings, they master them. They understand that anger can be transformed into clarity, sadness into compassion, fear into focus. That mastery doesn't make them cold, it makes them stable. Their balance becomes magnetic because it's so rare in a world of reactivity. When you develop emotional intelligence, you begin to move differently through life. You no longer get swept away by every storm. You become the calm within it. People feel that energy, that grounded presence that says, I see you, I understand you, I'm in control of myself. And nothing is more powerfully attractive than someone who feels deeply yet remains unshaken. IQ opens doors. EQ keeps you inside. Way 52. Practice. Mindfulness. Mindfulness is the art of being completely present, of existing, fully in the moment, instead of being trapped in the noise of your thoughts. When you practice mindfulness, you exude a quiet confidence that's deeply magnetic. People feel drawn to your calm energy because it contrasts so powerfully with the chaos of modern life. In a world obsessed with distractions, the person who is here fully aware, fully engaged, feels rare, even sacred. Psychologically, mindfulness heightens emotional intelligence. It sharpens your awareness of both your internal world and the subtle cues of others, allowing you to respond instead of react. When you're mindful, you slow down your speech, your movements, and even your energy. You listen with intention. You notice the emotion behind words, and you create a space of calm that others instinctively trust. The human nervous system is wired to mirror its environment. When someone feels your grounded presence, their body unconsciously relaxes. They associate you with safety, peace, and strength, all deeply attractive traits. On a biological level, mindfulness lowers cortisol, stabilizes mood, and enhances empathy through increased activity in the prefrontal cortex and insular areas, linked to compassion and awareness. You become less consumed by ego and more attuned to connection. Being mindful doesn't mean being detached. It means being alive. You taste food, feel air, notice eyes, and hear emotion in voices. You radiate intention. People are drawn to that energy because it's grounding, healing, and real. Most people live in the past or future, lost in regret or anxiety. The person who lives in the present moment is rare and captivating. When you live consciously, you become a mirror of presence in a distracted world. And presence is pure magnetism. The present is the only place you truly live. Way 53. Avoid interrupting others. Not interrupting is one of the most underrated signs of respect and emotional intelligence. When you let someone speak without cutting in, you tell them your voice matters. Psychologically, this satisfies one of the deepest human needs to be heard and understood. People remember how you make them feel, and few things feel better than being listened to completely. The act of staying silent while another person expresses themselves creates a powerful emotional exchange. It communicates patience, confidence, and empathy, qualities that make anyone instantly more magnetic. Interrupting, even unintentionally, often comes from ego or anxiety, the need to be right, to be noticed, or to fill silence. But true strength lies in restraint. When you pause and allow others to finish, you demonstrate control over your impulses, which the brain reads as calm dominance. It's the energy of someone who doesn't need to compete for space because they already own it. Psychologically, good listeners create a sense of safety. They make others feel valued, respected, and comfortable revealing their thoughts. This not only builds trust, but also amplifies attraction because deep listening feels intimate. It's emotional eye contact. People are drawn to those who can listen without judgment, without rushing to reply. Avoiding interruptions doesn't mean suppressing your voice. It means choosing the right moment to use it. When you speak after truly hearing someone, your words carry more weight. Wait 2 seconds after they finish speaking before you respond. That pause shows you're processing, not just waiting. You become the person who makes others feel seen in a world full of noise. And that kind of presence is unforgettable. Listening fully equals respecting completely. Way 54. Be humble. Humility is the quiet power that makes greatness approachable. It's the difference between admiration and connection, between being impressive and being human. When you're humble, you don't need to declare your worth. It speaks for itself through your actions, your grace, and the way you make others feel. Psychologically, humility signals inner security. It tells people, I don't need to prove myself to be valuable. And that kind of self-assurance is magnetic. We are drawn to those who can stand tall without standing over others. Humility creates emotional safety. When you lead with modesty instead of ego, people feel seen rather than overshadowed. You give others permission to be authentic, to relax their defenses, and to connect with you on a deeper level. Studies in personality psychology reveal that humble individuals are rated as more trustworthy, compassionate, and emotionally intelligent traits. Our subconscious mind reads as deeply attractive. Being humble doesn't mean diminishing yourself or hiding your achievements. It means holding them with quiet confidence. You can acknowledge success without needing applause. You can share knowledge without making others feel small. The distinction is critical. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It's thinking of yourself less often. True humility isn't about thinking less of yourself. It's about thinking of yourself less. When you embody humility, your presence feels grounding. You become someone others feel drawn to, not because you demand attention, but because your energy restores balance. In a world obsessed with validation and noise, humility is a whisper that cuts through the chaos. It says, I know who I am, and that's enough. The greater you become, the lower you bow. Way 55. Learn to tell engaging stories. Storytelling is one of the oldest and most powerful tools of human connection. Long before logic or language, stories were how we made sense of the world, how we bonded, taught, and inspired. When you learn to tell engaging stories, you captivate people not just with information, but with emotion. A great story doesn't just speak to the mind. It pulls at the heart. It makes people feel. That emotional pull is what makes storytellers magnetic. They can turn ordinary moments into unforgettable experiences. Psychologically, humans are wired for narrative. Our brains release dopamine when we hear stories that evoke curiosity or suspense, and oxytocin when they stir empathy. This chemical cocktail creates trust and connection, making people lean in wanting more. Storytelling activates mirror neurons, allowing listeners to experience your emotions as if they were their own. That's why stories don't just communicate, they transport. The brain remembers stories far better than facts or data. Information fades, but a well-told story lingers in memory for years. The structure matters. Start with a hook that grabs attention. Introduce conflict or tension. Build toward resolution and end with a lesson or insight. But the secret lies not in perfection, but in authenticity. Great storytellers don't perform, they relive. They speak with rhythm, vulnerability, and presence. They understand that details paint pictures, but emotions make them real. Whether it's a funny childhood memory or a hard-earned lesson, when you share with heart, people see themselves in your words. Learning to tell stories makes you more persuasive, more likable, and infinitely more memorable. Facts appeal to logic, but stories move the soul. And when you can make someone really feel, you leave a lasting imprint. Because long after people forget what you said, they'll remember how your story made them come alive. Stories connect hearts, not heads. Way 56. Take pride in your work. Taking pride in your work is one of the clearest reflections of character, and it radiates attractiveness in a way that no superficial charm ever can. When you put care, effort, and integrity into what you do, people feel it. They sense the quiet confidence that comes from knowing you give your best, not for applause, but for self-respect. Psychologically, this signals competence, reliability, and passion, 3 traits that draw others in effortlessly. Humans are naturally attracted to those who move with purpose and precision because it reflects strength, discipline, and self-belief. Pride in your work isn't about perfection. It's about intention. It's about doing even small tasks with a sense of dignity, as if they matter because they do. This mindset rewires your brain to associate effort with fulfillment rather than exhaustion. When you care about what you create, your dopamine levels rise, reinforcing motivation and emotional satisfaction. That inner glow shows up in your posture, your tone, your eyes. It's impossible to fake. Others notice it subconsciously. They feel the respect you have for your craft and, by extension, for yourself. Whether you're speaking, building, writing, or serving, pride in your work communicates integrity, the kind of energy people trust. It shows you're dependable, driven, and aligned with something greater than ego. When you pour yourself into what you do, it becomes an extension of your identity. That quiet excellence doesn't need validation. It commands it. Because nothing is more attractive than someone who works not for attention, but from purpose, passion, and pride. Do small work as if it were great work. Your work mirrors your soul. Way 57. Keep your environment clean. Your environment is a mirror of your mind. The spaces you inhabit, your room, your workspace, your car, quietly reveal how much order or chaos lives within you. A clean environment isn't just about appearance, it's about energy. Psychologically, clutter drains focus and raises cortisol levels, signaling to your brain that something is unfinished, unsafe, or out of control. But when you maintain a clean space, you create mental clarity. You send your subconscious a message of stability. I am in control of my life. A clean environment radiates quiet confidence. People feel it the moment they step into your space. It breathes calm discipline and self-respect. Humans are naturally drawn to order. It signals safety and competence. When your surroundings are organized, you appear more grounded and intentional, the kind of person who pays attention to details because you value harmony. That perception alone elevates your attractiveness because it suggests that your outer world aligns with your inner strength. Psychologically, a tidy space also fuels motivation. It invites creativity and productivity, making it easier to focus and follow through. Every time you clean, you're not just moving objects, you're moving energy. You're telling yourself that you deserve beauty, simplicity, and peace. Cleanliness is not perfectionism. It's respect for yourself and for anyone who shares your space. When your environment reflects care, people feel at ease around you. They sense the balance, the quiet order, the self-discipline, and that energy draws them closer. Because a clean space doesn't just impress, it inspires. Others judge you by the space you keep. Clean space equals clear mind. Way 58. Be punctual. Punctuality is respect made visible. It's a quiet yet powerful signal that says, I value your time as much as my own. In psychology, being punctual communicates reliability, self-discipline, and social intelligence traits that instantly elevate your attractiveness. When you arrive on time, you're telling the world you are organized, considerate, and dependable. People subconsciously associate punctuality with competence and emotional stability. It doesn't just show up on your clock, it shows up in your character. Being late, on the other hand, subtly communicates chaos. It suggests that you lack control over your priorities, or worse, that you see your time as more important than others. Humans crave predictability because it builds trust. When someone can rely on you to be where you say you'll be, you become a pillar of stability in their mind. That consistency feels safe grounding and deeply attractive. Punctuality is also an act of self-respect. It reflects how you manage yourself, your commitments, and your energy. It's not about rigid perfection, it's about presence. Arriving on time allows you to walk into a room calm and centered instead of scattered and apologetic. It transforms your energy from frantic to focused, from reactive to composed. Every time you're punctual, you reinforce your reputation without saying a word. You become the person others can trust to show up not just physically, but mentally and emotionally. In a world where many make excuses, being punctual is rare, and rare always stands out. Arrive 5 minutes early as a practice. It's one of the simplest, most silent ways to say, I respect you and I respect myself. Time is respect made tangible. Way 59. Use touch appropriately. Touch is one of the most powerful yet underestimated forms of communication. A simple handshake, a pat on the shoulder, or a reassuring touch on the arm can speak volumes more than words ever could. Humans are wired to connect through physical contact. It's primal, instinctive, and deeply emotional. When used appropriately, touch conveys warmth, trust, and sincerity. It bridges the invisible gap between two people, creating instant rapport and familiarity. Psychologically appropriate touch releases oxytocin, the bonding hormone, which lowers stress and builds a sense of safety. It's the same hormone that strengthens the bond between a mother and her child, or between lovers in moments of closeness. When you offer your hand with calm confidence, the brain of the other person registers it as a gesture of goodwill. That brief physical connection can shift the emotional tone of an entire interaction, making you seem more trustworthy and grounded. But the power of touch lies in its sensitivity to context. The same gesture that feels comforting in one situation can feel intrusive in another. The key is awareness, reading body language, respecting boundaries, and matching energy. A firm handshake, steady eye contact, and a warm smile together create an immediate impression of confidence and authenticity. Examples include a firm handshake when meeting, a gentle pat on the shoulder to encourage, or a brief touch on the arm during conversation. Always keep it brief, light, and culturally appropriate. When done right, touch humanizes you. It breaks the invisible wall of formality and reminds others that beneath the conversation, you are two human beings sharing the same emotional space. Used with intention and respect, a single sincere touch can build connection faster than 1,000 carefully chosen words. Touch is the deepest body language. Way 60. Respect personal space. Respecting personal space is one of the most subtle yet powerful signs of emotional intelligence. It tells others that you understand and honor their boundaries, that you're sensitive to comfort and consent. Psychologically, this communicates safety, an irresistible quality in human connection. When someone feels safe around you, their guard lowers, their body relaxes, and genuine trust begins to form. We are wired to seek closeness, but only when it feels voluntary. Those who respect space create an environment where others want to come closer, not feel forced to. Every person has an invisible comfort zone, a physical and emotional boundary that, when honored, signals empathy and awareness. Invading that space too quickly can trigger subconscious defense mechanisms, even if your intentions are kind. But when you maintain the right distance, whether in conversation or intimacy, it tells their nervous system you're in control here. That message builds comfort faster than any words could. The appropriate distance varies roughly 50 centimeters or more, with strangers 30 centimeters, or closer with familiar people. Read body language. If they step back, you've come too close. If they lean in, they're comfortable. Respecting space goes beyond physical proximity. It's about emotional distance too. It means not prying, not overwhelming someone with energy, and not rushing connection. Attraction thrives in balance. Too much intensity suffocates it. But gentle restraint builds anticipation. When you respect someone's space, you project confidence, patience, and control. You show that you don't need to force connection to earn it. And paradoxically, the more you allow someone to breathe freely around you, the more they lean in. Because true attraction isn't about pursuit. It's about creating the freedom that makes others choose to stay. Physical distance reflects psychological respect. Way 61. Handle criticism maturely. How you respond to criticism reveals more about your strength than any success ever could. When you handle criticism with grace instead of defensiveness, you communicate emotional intelligence, self-assurance, and inner calm. Psychologically, this is captivating because confidence in the face of loss projects security. People instinctively trust and respect those who remain composed when things don't go their way. Criticism triggers the same pain centers in the brain as physical injury. Yet those who rise above it rewire their emotions rather than letting them control the narrative. Instead of asking, "Why are they attacking me?" you learn to ask, "What can I learn from this?" That shift from self-blame to self-growth transforms pain into power. It's a rare kind of beauty, the resilience that doesn't flinch when the world says you're wrong. When you react with poise instead of anger, curiosity instead of resentment, you show that your validation comes from within. Defensive reactions signal weakness and fragility, but openness signals strength and security. When someone criticizes you and you respond, "Thank you for the feedback, I'll consider it," instead of, "But you don't understand," you disarm tension and gain authority. That calm composure makes others feel your inner strength. Handling criticism maturely also elevates your influence. When you respond with composure, you diffuse tension and gain respect. You become the calm in emotional storms, the person others look to when chaos rises. That composure doesn't mean indifference. It's controlled emotion, the balance of strength and openness. Every piece of feedback, fair or not, is a mirror. Some reflections sting, but they teach you how to grow sharper, kinder, and stronger. When you welcome critique without letting it define you, you show that your confidence isn't performative. It's real. And in a world full of fragile egos, that kind of maturity stands out like light in darkness. Criticism is a gift that helps us grow. Way 62. Be curious about others' opinions. Curiosity is connection in motion. When you show genuine interest in what others think, you give them one of the rarest gifts in today's world, feeling truly heard. Psychologically, curiosity activates the reward centers of the brain both in you and the person you're speaking to. It transforms a simple exchange into emotional resonance. When you ask someone what they believe and listen without judgment, you're telling them, "Your mind matters to me." That validation builds trust attraction and rapport faster than charm ever could. Being curious about others' opinions doesn't mean agreeing with everything they say. It means approaching conversations with openness instead of ego. People instinctively sense when your questions come from genuine interest versus polite obligation. The curious person listens to understand, not to respond. And that difference changes everything. It disarms defensiveness and creates a space where vulnerability feels safe. Psychologists have long noted that we are drawn to those who make us feel significant. When you invite someone to share their perspective by asking, "What do you think about this?" or "Why do you feel that way?" you give them a sense of importance. You become memorable, not because you spoke brilliantly, but because you listened beautifully. And in that moment, you shift from being just another voice to being a mirror that reflects others' worth back to them. Ask why more often. Dig deeper into reasoning. True curiosity opens doors to understanding that small talk never reaches. Curiosity is emotional intelligence in action. It signals confidence. You're secure enough to explore new ideas without feeling threatened. It makes you wiser, warmer, and infinitely more magnetic. Because at its core, curiosity says, "I'm not here to impress you. I'm here to understand you." And that, more than anything, makes people want to stay close. Different opinions expand your vision. Way 63. Make people feel heard. Making people feel heard is one of the most powerful ways to connect. It transforms simple interaction into genuine human intimacy. When someone truly feels that you've heard them, not just listened to their words, but absorbed their emotions, something profound happens. They feel seen, validated, and safe. Most people aren't looking for solutions. They're searching for understanding. When you give them that, you become unforgettable. Psychologically, the need to be heard is tied to our sense of worth. From childhood, our brains equate being listened to with being loved. When you mirror back someone's thoughts, when you nod with intent, ask clarifying questions, or simply say, "That sounds really hard," you send a deep subconscious message you matter. This activates the brain's reward centers, flooding the listener with feelings of acceptance and belonging. Making people feel heard doesn't mean agreeing with everything they say. It means holding space for their truth. It's the art of silence, empathy, and presence. You resist the urge to interrupt, to fix, to redirect the conversation to yourself. Instead, you tune into their tone, their body language, the words they don't say. You listen, not to reply, but to understand. Use techniques like paraphrasing. "So what you're saying is," and validation. "I can see why that would upset you." These simple acts make people feel deeply understood. When people feel heard in your presence, they start to open up effortlessly. They trust you, more confide in you, and feel emotionally lighter. It's why the best leaders, partners, and friends all share one trait: they don't make conversations about themselves. they make them about connection. Because when you make others feel heard, you give them what the world rarely offers: validation without condition. In the subconscious, being heard equals being loved. Way 64. Encourage others sincerely. There is a quiet, unforgettable beauty in the way sincere encouragement touches the human soul. When you lift others with genuine words, you awaken a light within them that often changes how they see themselves and how they see you. Encouragement is not flattery, it's recognition. It says, "I see your effort, your struggle, your potential." That authenticity resonates on a deep psychological level because humans crave acknowledgement as much as love itself. When someone encourages us sincerely, our brain releases oxytocin and dopamine, binding us emotionally to that person and making us feel safe, motivated, and valued. True encouragement requires presence. It's not the casual "good job" tossed into conversation. It's the thoughtful acknowledgement that comes from really noticing someone's growth, resilience, or courage. It's saying, "You've worked hard for this, and it shows." Or, "You may not see it yet, but you're stronger than you think." Words like that don't just inspire, they heal. People remember those who saw the best in them when they doubted themselves. The timing matters as much as the words. Encourage when someone is struggling, not just when they succeed. Encourage the effort, not just the outcome. Be specific instead of "you're great." Say. The way you handled that difficult conversation showed real emotional maturity. Encouragers become emotional anchors in others' stories, the ones associated with hope, warmth, and light. Sincere encouragement communicates emotional intelligence and generosity of spirit, two traits universally linked to attraction. What makes it powerful is its purity. You're not praising to gain favor or attention. You're reminding someone of their worth. That kind of energy is magnetic because it radiates abundance, empathy, and kindness. When you make others feel capable, their spirit lifts. And in that elevation, they begin to associate you with strength, comfort, and quiet love. Encouragement is a seed of belief planted in another's heart. Way 65. Avoid one-upping people. Resisting the urge to one-up others is a quiet display of confidence and emotional intelligence. When someone shares their success, pain, or experience, and you feel the need to outdo or overshadow it, it often comes from insecurity, a subconscious fear that their moment of significance diminishes your own. But when you let others have their spotlight without trying to steal it, you radiate self-assurance. Psychologically, this communicates inner security. You don't need to compete for worth because you already know yours. People can feel when they're truly being heard versus being used as a springboard for someone else's story. When you listen with genuine interest, instead of waiting for your turn to speak, you create connection instead of competition. This small act of restraint triggers trust and comfort. The sense that you're safe to be around because your presence doesn't demand attention. It offers it. One-upping sends a clear message. I need to prove I'm better, which reveals insecurity. But allowing someone their moment shows you're confident enough not to compete. Let them shine. Celebrate their wins without jealousy. Empathize with their struggles without comparison. Avoiding one-upmanship also enhances your social magnetism. It tells others that you're emotionally generous, capable of celebrating their wins without envy, and empathizing with their struggles without comparison. That level of maturity draws people in because it's rare and liberating. It allows them to feel seen, not measured. Psychologically, when you give others space to shine, your energy expands too. You become the person people confide in, respect, and remember, not because you were the loudest, but because you made them feel valued. True confidence doesn't need to compete. It uplifts. And when you embody that, you stop trying to be impressive because you already are. Letting others shine makes you shine brighter. Way 66. Express your unique sense of humor. Humor is one of the most powerful forms of human magnetism. It bridges gaps, melts tension, and reveals authenticity. When you express your unique sense of humor, you're not just entertaining people, you're letting them see your soul. Laughter is emotional chemistry. It bonds people faster than words or appearances ever could. Psychologically, humor triggers the release of dopamine and endorphins, creating warmth, comfort, and connection. But the most attractive humor isn't forced or copied. It's yours. It carries your rhythm, your perspective, your truth. People can feel when your humor is authentic. It's not about being the funniest person in the room. It's about being the most real. Your humor reveals how you see the world. It shows creativity, confidence, and emotional intelligence. It signals that you can find light even in dark places, that you can laugh at life and at yourself. That humility and playfulness make you approachable, magnetic, and alive. A unique sense of humor also conveys emotional resilience. It tells others you can handle chaos with grace, that you don't break easily under pressure. In relationships, humor diffuses conflict and strengthens bonds. In attraction, it ignites chemistry faster than looks ever could. Don't try to be funny like someone else. Your humor should reflect who you are, not who you think people want you to be. Quirky, dry, playful, absurd, whatever feels natural. Authenticity always wins over performance, but the magic lies in honesty. Forced jokes or sarcasm rooted in insecurity push people away, while genuine laughter pulls them closer. When your humor reflects who you are, quirks, and all you radiate comfort and authenticity, you stop performing and start connecting. Because at its heart, true humor isn't about making people laugh. It's about making them feel good in your presence. Laugh in your own voice. Way 67. Make decisions confidently. Confidence in decision-making is one of the clearest signs of inner strength. When you make choices with certainty, you communicate clarity, authority, and self-trust, qualities that people instinctively admire and gravitate toward. In every social, romantic, or professional setting, decisive energy commands respect. It signals that you know who you are and where you're going, even if the path ahead isn't fully clear. Humans are psychologically drawn to confidence because it creates safety. When someone leads with conviction, our brains relax. We trust them to navigate uncertainty. Confidence in decisions doesn't mean arrogance or impulsiveness. It means weighing options carefully, trusting your intuition, and then committing without hesitation. The moment you second-guess or over-explain your choices, you dilute your own authority. But when you move forward with calm decisiveness, people sense your certainty and align with it. You become the emotional anchor in uncertain environments, the one others follow, because your energy feels grounded. Neuroscience shows that decisiveness activates a feedback loop of confidence. Each firm decision reinforces self-trust, making the next one easier. It's not about always being right. It's about owning your choices, learning when necessary, and never crumbling under the weight of what if. When people see you decide confidently, their brains relax. They think, this person knows what they're doing. That trust is magnetic. Those who decide confidently radiate direction. They walk, speak, and act with a quiet assurance that draws people in. The truth is, confidence doesn't come from knowing the future. It comes from believing you'll handle it. And when you carry that belief, your decisions stop being guesses and start becoming statements of who you are. Not fearing mistakes equals decision power. Way 68. Move with purpose. Every movement you make tells a story. The way you walk, turn, gesture, or even reach for a cup silently communicates your mindset to the world. When you move with purpose, you project confidence, direction, and inner strength. Psychologically, people read purposeful movement as a sign of competence and self-assurance. It tells their subconscious, this person knows who they are and where they're going. That certainty is magnetic. Humans are drawn to those who seem centered in their own energy, those whose actions flow with intent instead of hesitation. Purposeful movement isn't about rushing or being rigid. It's about presence. It means walking as if you belong wherever you are, handling objects with care and moving with calm focus instead of nervous fidgeting. Your body becomes a reflection of your inner world. The more grounded you feel inside, the more deliberate and graceful your actions appear. Even simple motions like standing tall, turning smoothly, or pausing before you speak signal control, confidence, and awareness. The brain distinguishes immediately between random motion and intentional movement. Random movements signal anxiety or lack of direction. Purposeful movement signals mastery. Walk as if you know your destination, even if you're just crossing a room. Every gesture should have meaning. Every step should carry weight. Neuroscience shows that posture and movement influence emotion as much as they express it. When you move with conviction, your brain releases dopamine and serotonin, reinforcing confidence from the inside out. Others sense this energy instinctively. It draws attention without effort. Moving with purpose doesn't mean being perfect. It means being intentional. Every step, every gesture carries energy. When that energy is steady and sure, people can feel it. They trust it. They follow it. Because in a world full of distraction and uncertainty, the person who moves with purpose doesn't just stand out. They lead without even trying. Your body is the language of intention. Way 69. Avoid fidgeting. Stillness is power. In a world where anxiety leaks through restless hands, tapping feet and shifting postures, calm composure stands out like quiet authority. Fidgeting may seem small, but psychologically it signals nervous energy, insecurity, or impatience. People subconsciously interpret it as a lack of confidence or control. When you still your movements, when your gestures become deliberate, your body grounded, you communicate self-assurance without speaking a word. You become the person who commands attention simply by being present. The human brain is wired to pick up micro signals of movement, especially in social situations. Every twitch or nervous tap pulls focus away from your words and toward your unease. But when you hold stillness, you project focus, power, and peace. It's the same reason leaders, negotiators, and performers train their body language to align their inner calm with their outer presence. Avoiding fidgeting doesn't mean freezing. It means It means moving with intention. Every gesture should have purpose, every motion a rhythm of control. This controlled stillness calms not only others, but also yourself. When your body is steady, your breathing deepens, your thoughts slow, and your voice gains depth. The body informs the mind as much as the mind guides the body. Recognize when you're fidgeting. Take a breath. Ground yourself. Place your hands somewhere intentionally on your lap, on the table, folded calmly. People are drawn to stability. When you move with quiet certainty, they feel it. They trust it. You become someone who radiates unspoken confidence, someone who doesn't need to prove control because they embody it. In stillness, you stop chasing attention, and instead, you hold it. Stillness commands more than movement. Way 70. Show appreciation for small things. Gratitude is quiet magnetism, the kind that doesn't demand attention, yet changes the energy of every room it enters. When you show appreciation for small things, you awaken a sense of presence that most people have forgotten. Psychologically, gratitude reshapes the brain. It releases dopamine and serotonin, flooding your system with calm and contentment. But it also affects how others perceive you. People are instinctively drawn to those who notice beauty in the simple, who find joy in what others overlook. It signals emotional depth, awareness, and humility, the hallmarks of true attractiveness. When you thank someone for a small kindness, compliment a fleeting gesture, or smile at a moment most would ignore you, remind others that life is rich in details. You make them feel seen, valued, and significant. And nothing connects humans faster than feeling appreciated. Train your brain to find beauty everywhere. Notice the way light falls, how someone held adore the effort in a simple meal. Appreciation isn't just manners, it's emotional intelligence in motion. It says, "I don't take you for granted." It turns ordinary interactions into memorable exchanges. Showing gratitude for small things also shifts your aura. You stop chasing grand moments and start radiating peace. That serenity is magnetic. It tells the world you're grounded, fulfilled, and emotionally secure. People feel lighter around you because your presence reminds them that happiness isn't found in perfection. It's found in awareness. To appreciate small things is to live awake. It's noticing the laugh in a stranger's voice, the warmth in morning light, the effort behind a simple act. It's quiet, it's sincere, and it's unforgettable. Gratitude doesn't just make you happier, it makes you irresistibly human. Life lives in small moments. Way 71. Keep your voice tone warm. Your voice is one of the most powerful instruments of attraction. It carries emotion long before your words do. A warm tone melts tension, builds trust, and makes people feel comfortable in your presence. It's not just what you say, but how you say it that defines the emotional experience you create for others. A calm, gentle, and warm tone tells the subconscious mind, "You are safe here." It draws people in, disarms defensiveness, and turns ordinary conversation into connection. Psychologically, tone of voice has more influence on perception than language itself. Studies in communication reveal that up to 40% of emotional meaning comes from vocal tone, not words. When your voice carries warmth, smooth cadence, gentle volume, and relaxed rhythm, it activates trust in others' brains through the limbic system, the same region that governs emotion and memory. This is why a soothing tone can calm anger, heal tension, and make others feel understood without saying much at all. A warm tone also reflects inner peace. It shows that you are grounded emotionally, intelligent, and in control of yourself. Sharp or monotone voices often betray stress or insecurity, but warmth conveys confidence without aggression. It makes people want to listen. Practice lowering your pitch slightly, slowing your pace and softening your delivery. Imagine speaking to someone you care about deeply. That natural warmth should infuse every conversation. The secret is presence. When you genuinely care about the person you're speaking to, your voice softens naturally. It's less about technique and more about emotion. Speak as though you're letting people feel your sincerity, not just hear your words. Because when your voice carries warmth, your presence becomes magnetic. It doesn't demand attention. It invites it. Your voice is the sound of your soul. Way 72. Make people feel safe around you. To make people feel safe around you is to master one of the deepest forms of attraction. Safety is not about physical protection. It's emotional security. The sense that with you, they can exhale. When someone feels safe in your presence, their defenses lower, their laughter becomes more genuine, and their true self begins to emerge. Psychologically, safety is the foundation of trust and intimacy. The human nervous system constantly scans for danger tones of voice, facial tension, unpredictable energy. When you remain calm, steady, and non-judgmental, their subconscious registers, "I can relax here." That feeling is addictive. Safety is built through consistency. It's in your tone, warm, but not forced. It's in your body language, open, unhurried, grounded. It's in how you listen not to respond, but to understand. When you don't interrupt, mock, or dismiss, you give others permission to be honest. That kind of acceptance is rare in a world obsessed with performance, and it makes your presence magnetic. Create safety through 3 elements: consistency in behavior, non-judgment in response, and emotional stability in reaction. People need to know you won't explode, won't betray confidence, won't use their vulnerability against them. People are instinctively drawn to those who don't trigger anxiety, who feel emotionally steady and predictable in the best way. On a biological level, creating safety lowers cortisol and increases oxytocin, the bonding hormone. You literally soothe someone's nervous system just by being calm and genuine. This doesn't mean you're passive. It means your strength is gentle, your confidence grounded. When you make people feel safe, they open their hearts without realizing it. And once someone associates you with peace, they'll crave your presence not out of excitement, but out of the quiet comfort that only trust can create. Safety is the most attractive word. Way 73. Be honest but kind. Honesty without kindness is cruelty, and kindness without honesty is deception. The balance between the two is where true strength lives. Being honest but kind means that you speak truth, not to wound, but to illuminate. Psychologically, people are drawn to those who can express sincerity with compassion. It signals emotional intelligence, empathy, and courage. When you can tell the truth gently, others instinctively feel safe around you. They sense that your words come from integrity, not ego. Honesty is the foundation of trust. It builds relationships that can withstand discomfort, because truth creates clarity, and clarity creates stability. Yet, how that truth is delivered determines whether it heals or harms. A kind person doesn't dilute honesty. They deliver it with awareness. They know that timing, tone, and intention matter as much as the message itself. This is emotional maturity, the art of being truthful without tearing someone down. The formula is simple but powerful: truth, plus compassion, plus right timing. Harsh honesty without compassion destroys. Sweet lies without truth deceive. But honest kindness builds bridges. When you're honest but kind, you lead with empathy. You consider how your truth will land, not to avoid it, but to ensure it helps. People remember not just what you said, but how you made them feel when you said it. This balance builds deep respect because it's rare. Most people either avoid the truth or weaponize it. Psychologically, this trait radiates confidence. It shows you're not afraid of authenticity, yet you value human emotion enough to handle it with care. To be honest but kind is to master influence through grace, to be both real and gentle, strong and soft. And that balance is unforgettable. Truth needs the cloak of kindness. Way 74. Stay true to your values. Staying true to your values is the essence of inner strength, the kind that doesn't waver when the world tries to bend you. When you live in alignment with what you believe, you radiate authenticity, and authenticity is magnetic. Psychologically, humans are drawn to those who possess conviction because it signals integrity and self-awareness. People can sense when your words and actions match. It makes them feel they can trust you, even without knowing why. Values are your emotional compass, and those who follow theirs emit a quiet confidence that demands respect. In a world obsessed with approval, staying true to your values is rebellion. It's refusing to mold yourself for acceptance. It's saying, I know who I am even when it's inconvenient. That kind of consistency grounds you. It gives your presence weight. You no longer chase validation because your worth isn't negotiable. You speak your truth calmly, stand your ground gracefully, and make decisions that align with your soul instead of your ego. When values are clear, decisions become easier. You simply ask, does this align with who I am? That clarity reduces stress and increases self-respect. Living according to your values increases self-worth because you're not betraying yourself for external approval. Psychologically, integrity attracts safety. People instinctively trust those who remain steady under pressure. It tells them you're dependable, that your character won't shift with circumstance, and that emotional stability is deeply appealing. It feels rare, sacred, and strong. Staying true to your values doesn't mean rigidity. It means rootedness. It's knowing where you stand while staying open to growth. It's the ability to evolve without betraying your essence. When you live that way, your energy becomes unmistakable, real, grounded, and unshakably you. Check every decision against your values. They are the compass that never lies. Way 75. Avoid bragging. True confidence doesn't need to announce itself. When you avoid bragging, you project quiet power, the kind that speaks through actions, not words. Bragging stems from insecurity, a subconscious plea for validation disguised as pride. But restraint, that's the language of someone who knows their worth without needing anyone to confirm it. People are naturally drawn to those who exude confidence without boasting, because it feels authentic, grounded, and safe. Boasting, on the other hand, creates distance. It triggers comparison instead of connection. Psychologically, humility is magnetic because it evokes trust. When you talk about your achievements with modesty, others feel inspired rather than overshadowed. Their ego doesn't need to defend itself around you. Instead, they sense balance, a self-assuredness that doesn't compete. Research in social dynamics shows that humble confidence signals competence more effectively than overt self-promotion. Those who understate their value are perceived as more capable, approachable, and emotionally intelligent. When you're silent about your greatness, people become curious. They lean in to discover more. But when you broadcast it, they already know everything, and interest fades. Avoiding bragging doesn't mean downplaying your success. It means letting it speak for itself. The way you carry yourself, the consistency of your actions, and the results you produce will always be louder than any words. Speak about your wins with gratitude, not arrogance, with excitement, not superiority. When you master this balance, people feel admiration rather than envy. They remember how you made them feel seen, not small. And that quiet elegance, the ability to shine without shouting, is what separates the truly confident from the merely loud. Real strength whispers. It doesn't need to prove. It simply is. True greatness needs no announcement. Way 76. Have hobbies you love. There's something incredibly magnetic about a person who is genuinely passionate about what they do. When you have hobbies you love, you radiate energy that can't be faked, an inner spark that draws people in. Passion creates movement, purpose, and depth. It gives your personality texture, stories, and authenticity. Psychologically, humans are wired to be attracted to enthusiasm. It signals vitality, curiosity, and joy. When someone speaks about what they love, their eyes light up, their tone shifts, and their body language comes alive. That transformation is intoxicating to witness. It makes others want to be part of your world. Hobbies are more than distractions. They're windows into your soul. They reveal your creativity, patience, and ability to find joy in solitude. Whether it's painting, hiking, cooking, or playing music, pursuing something for pure love rather than validation shows emotional independence. It tells others, I don't need entertainment. I create it. That kind of self-sufficiency is deeply attractive because it projects confidence and balance. On a psychological level, doing what you love activates the brain's reward system, releasing dopamine and endorphins that make you happier and more resilient. People feel that emotional glow when they're around you. It's contagious. Passion brings color to your energy. It makes your presence feel alive. One or two hobbies you genuinely love give you depth and stories. They make you interesting because you have layers to discover. In a world filled with monotony and routine, the person who genuinely enjoys something stands out like sunlight through fog. When you talk about what you love, your authenticity speaks louder than any charm could. Because nothing draws people closer than watching someone come alive, doing what makes their soul light up. Hobbies are windows to the soul. Way 77. Be independent. Independence is one of the most magnetic forms of confidence. It's the quiet power of knowing you can stand on your own, even when no one is beside you. To be independent is to be anchored, not attached. It means your happiness, purpose, and stability come from within, not from external validation. Psychologically, this signals strength and security. People are naturally drawn to those who don't need them, but choose them. That distinction creates attraction rooted in respect, not dependence. Independence isn't isolation. It's emotional self-sufficiency. It's the ability to enjoy your own company, make your own decisions, and create your own peace. When you can walk alone without fear, you radiate an energy that says, I am whole. This wholeness is profoundly compelling because it represents freedom. Freedom from desperation, approval seeking, and the fear of being alone. Others sense it immediately. They feel safe in your presence because you're not asking them to complete you. Psychologically, independence builds self-trust. Each time you solve your own problems, earn your own wins, or comfort your own heart, you reinforce a powerful belief: I can handle life. That belief changes everything: your posture, your tone, your decisions. You begin to move differently, speak differently, exist differently. Dependent people need, independent people choose. That shift in energy is what makes independence attractive at the highest level. Practice solving problems yourself before asking for help. Make decisions without seeking constant validation. Learn to be comfortable in solitude. True independence doesn't reject connection, it enhances it. When you bring your full self into relationships, you don't drain others. You elevate them. You give from abundance, not need. And that's the essence of quiet magnetism. Being someone whose strength shines brightest in solitude and whose presence empowers everyone near them. Independence equals choosing, not needing. Way 78. Focus on solutions, not problems. Focusing on solutions instead of problems is the mindset that separates victims from visionaries. Anyone can point out what's wrong, but the ones who rise, the ones people gravitate toward, are those who find a way forward. When challenges arise, your reaction becomes your reputation. If you stay stuck in blame or frustration, your energy feels heavy and draining. But when you shift your attention towards solutions, you radiate calm control, the quiet confidence of someone who turns chaos into clarity. That energy is magnetic. It makes others feel safe, hopeful, and inspired. Psychologically, this shift rewires your brain from fear to empowerment. When you dwell on problems, your mind releases cortisol, clouding judgment and heightening anxiety. But when you start asking, what can I do about this? You activate your prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for logic, creativity, and planning. In that instant, your energy transforms from helplessness to leadership. People sense that difference. They stop seeing you as part of the problem and start seeing you as the one who can solve it. Reframe every complaint into action instead of, why is this happening? Ask, what can I do? Focusing on solutions doesn't mean ignoring pain. It means refusing to be defined by it. You acknowledge the challenge, then redirect your power toward progress. Every great leader, entrepreneur, and survivor has mastered this mental discipline. It's emotional alchemy, turning frustration into action, doubt into direction. When you live this way, you become a stabilizing force in any environment. You stop reacting, start creating, and your presence alone reminds others that problems aren't walls. They're doors waiting for someone brave enough to open them. Problems are doors. Solutions are keys. Way 79. Use positive language. Words carry energy. They can heal, inspire, or wound. When you use positive language, you become a source of light in a world that often echoes negativity. Psychologically, positive words rewire not only your own brain, but also the minds of those who hear them. They release dopamine and serotonin, the same chemicals linked to happiness and trust. Every time you choose encouraging words over cynical ones, you shift the emotional tone of your environment. People begin to associate your voice with comfort, safety, and hope, and that makes you unforgettable. Positive language isn't about forced optimism or sugarcoating reality. It's about framing life through strength rather than fear. Instead of saying, "I can't," you say, "I'll try." Instead of, "This is a problem," you say, "This is a challenge." That small shift in wording transforms energy from defeat to possibility. When you speak this way, you influence others on a subconscious level. They start to believe that things can work out, that life can improve. Practice replacing negative phrases. "I can't" becomes "I will." "This is impossible" becomes "This is challenging but impossible." Even small shifts accumulate into massive change. People are drawn to those who lift them, not drain them. Your words become a reflection of your mindset, and your mindset shapes your presence. Positive language shows emotional control, confidence, and resilience. It proves that even when circumstances are dark, your spirit isn't. Over time, others will crave your energy because it feels healing. In every interaction, your voice becomes a quiet reminder that kindness is strength and optimism, when sincere is one of the most attractive forms of intelligence. Words are daily magic. Way 80. Practice self-compassion. Self-compassion is the art of treating yourself with the same kindness you so easily offer to others. It's not weakness. It's emotional strength in its purest form. When you practice self-compassion, you stop waging war against your own flaws and start building peace within yourself. You begin to understand that perfection was never the goal. Growth is. People who are gentle with themselves radiate an unmistakable calm. They carry an inner warmth that draws others close. There's something deeply magnetic about someone who doesn't crumble under self-judgment, but instead meets their pain with understanding. Psychologically, self-compassion transforms how your brain responds to failure and stress. Harsh self-criticism activates the body's threat system, flooding you with cortisol and fear. Compassion, however, activates the soothing system, releasing oxytocin and endorphins that create balance and resilience. It's what allows you to recover faster, think clearer, and love deeper. When you stop attacking yourself, you free your energy to grow, to connect, to live fully. People can feel when you've made peace with yourself. You stop projecting insecurity and start radiating safety. You become more forgiving, patient, and open because your self-worth is no longer conditional. And that emotional steadiness is profoundly attractive. It feels rare in a world obsessed with self-punishment. Talk to yourself like you would a dear friend. When you make a mistake, instead of "I'm such an idiot," say "I'm learning. This is part of growth." Self-compassion isn't about excuses. It's about understanding that mistakes are not proof of failure, but evidence of effort. When you learn to hold yourself gently through the storm, you become unshakable, because nothing is more beautiful than a person who has learned to love themselves through their own scars. Being kind to yourself means being kind to the world. Way 81. Learn from feedback. Learning from feedback is one of the most powerful signs of maturity and self-awareness. It shows that your ego doesn't control you, that growth matters more to you than being right. Psychologically, this makes you deeply attractive. People instinctively trust those who can listen, reflect, and evolve. When you accept feedback with openness instead of defensiveness, you project confidence rooted in humility. It signals emotional intelligence. The ability to process discomfort, transform it into insight, and use it to become better. Feedback is often uncomfortable because it threatens the image we hold of ourselves. But when you reframe it as information, not insult, you take back your power. Every piece of feedback, even poorly delivered, contains a clue about how others perceive you. And perception is gold in human interaction. By learning from it, you become more adaptable, understanding how to communicate, behave, and connect more effectively. This flexibility is magnetic because it shows you are self-aware and emotionally stable. Two traits everyone subconsciously seeks in a partner, friend, or leader. Defensive reactions signal fragility, but openness signals strength. Instead of, "But you don't understand," try, "Thank you, I'll think about that." That simple shift disarms tension and earns respect. Biologically, the brain releases dopamine when it successfully learns and adapts, creating a rewarding cycle of growth. Those who embrace feedback radiate calm confidence. They're not fragile but fluid, capable of turning critique into wisdom. That resilience makes others feel safe around you, knowing you won't crumble under honesty. The ability to learn from feedback isn't just a skill, it's a statement. It says, "I'm always becoming better." And there is nothing more compelling than someone who treats growth not as punishment, but as evolution. Feedback is a stepping stone upward. Way 82. Don't overshare. There's immense power in restraint. In a world obsessed with exposure, the person who knows what to hold back becomes magnetic. When you don't overshare, you project confidence, control, and emotional intelligence. You send the unspoken message, "I value my privacy and I know my worth." Psychologically, mystery ignites curiosity. Humans are wired to seek what they can't fully see or understand. When you reveal too much too soon, you remove that tension, that subtle sense of discovery that makes people lean in. Oversharing often comes from a craving for validation or closeness. But it can have the opposite effect. It overwhelms, blurs boundaries, and erodes intrigue. People are most drawn to those who balance openness with composure, who share meaningfully but never desperately. When you speak selectively, you signal emotional stability. You let silence do part of the talking. And that silence makes your presence feel grounded, even powerful. Share in layers, not in dumps. Reveal yourself gradually, letting people earn deeper access over time. Not everyone deserves your full story immediately. Psychologically, keeping certain parts of yourself private strengthens self-respect. It builds inner safety because not everyone has earned access to your deeper thoughts, memories, or wounds. You teach others how to treat you by how carefully you treat your own story. The beauty of not oversharing isn't about secrecy. It's about intentionality. It's choosing connection over confession, quality over quantity. You allow people to wander, to slowly discover you, layer by layer. That gradual unfolding creates depth, respect, and fascination. Because mystery doesn't hide who you are. It highlights your value. When you hold something back, people become curious. And curiosity is far more powerful than information. Mystery is the spice of attraction. Way 83. Keep some mystery. Mystery is the oxygen of attraction. When you keep a little of yourself concealed, you ignite curiosity, the most powerful emotional magnet of all. People are instinctively drawn to what they can't fully understand. It awakens their imagination and keeps them engaged. The human mind craves puzzles. And when you leave space for wonder, you become one. Mystery doesn't mean manipulation. It means restraint. It's the quiet confidence of knowing you don't have to reveal everything to be captivating. You let others earn your depth one layer at a time. Psychologically, mystery activates the brain's reward system. When people can't predict everything about you, they become more invested in trying to figure you out. It triggers dopamine, the same chemical released during anticipation and desire. That's why overexposure kills intrigue. When everything is laid bare too soon, curiosity dies. But when you reveal yourself gradually, you create emotional tension, the kind that pulls people in closer, wanting more. Don't share everything immediately. Leave questions unanswered. Let people discover your interests, your past, your dreams slowly through experience rather than explanation. Keeping mystery is also a reflection of self-worth. It shows that you value your energy, your story, your presence. You don't overshare to seek validation. You share intentionally with purpose. You understand that silence pauses, and subtlety can be louder than constant expression. People remember those who leave echoes, not explanations. The mysterious are magnetic because they create space for imagination. And in that space, fascination grows. You don't have to be distant to be mysterious. You simply need to hold something sacred, a private thought, a quiet confidence, a part of you that no one fully owns. That's not secrecy. It's allure. Mystery is selective, not fake. Way 84. Speak less, say more. There is profound power in restraint. When you speak less but say more, every word carries weight. In a world drowning in noise, those who choose their words carefully command attention without ever needing to shout. Psychologically, brevity signals confidence. It shows that you trust your presence more than your voice, that you don't need to fill silence to prove your worth. People are naturally drawn to those who speak with purpose because their words feel intentional, not impulsive. When you speak less, you listen more. And listening gives you an advantage few possess understanding. You begin to read tones, expressions, and energy beneath the surface. Your responses become sharper, wiser, and more impactful. This balance between silence and speech creates mystery, one of the most magnetic human qualities. Others lean in when you talk because they've learned that when you do speak, it matters. Think before speaking. Ask yourself, does this add value, or am I just filling space? Biologically, humans are wired to respond to value cues. When something is rare, we pay more attention. Your silence creates that rarity. It slows the rhythm of conversation, builds anticipation, and gives your words gravity. It's the reason great leaders, thinkers, and lovers often speak calmly and sparingly. Their power lies in precision, not volume. To speak less and say more is to master emotional control. It's knowing that wisdom doesn't compete, it waits. That presence doesn't need noise, it resonates. When you use words like instruments rather than weapons, you don't just communicate, you influence. An influence born from quiet confidence is irresistible. Words are more valuable than gold when rare. Way 85. Respect others' opinions. Respecting others' opinions is one of the clearest signs of emotional maturity, and it instantly elevates how people perceive you. When you allow others to think, feel, and believe differently without attacking or dismissing them, you create psychological safety. People relax around you because they sense they won't be judged or ridiculed for being themselves. That kind of acceptance is rare and it's deeply magnetic. We are drawn to those who make us feel understood, not corrected. Psychologically, respecting opinions comes from empathy and self-assurance. It shows you're confident enough in your own beliefs that you don't need to tear others down to validate them. This quiet strength communicates both intelligence and grace. When you listen without rushing to defend your viewpoint, you demonstrate control over ego, the hallmark of wisdom. People associate that restraint with calm authority and trustworthiness. Respect doesn't mean agreement. It means acknowledgement. It's asking, what makes you feel that way, instead of, you're wrong. It's being open to perspectives that challenge you. Understanding the disagreement can coexist with connection. This approach activates rapport and mutual appreciation, even in contrast. Practiced phrases like, I understand your perspective, or I see where you're coming from. These simple acknowledgements build bridges. On a subconscious level, those who feel respected in conversation feel emotionally safe, and emotional safety builds attraction. It signals depth, empathy, and understanding. When you can hear someone's truth without trying to rewrite it, you tell them something powerful, your voice matters. That kind of respect doesn't just earn admiration, it earns hearts. Respect is the bridge across differences. Way 86. Express yourself authentically. Authenticity is one of the most magnetic forces in human psychology. When you express yourself truthfully without masks, performance, or fear, you emit a frequency that others instantly recognize as real. People are drawn to authenticity because it's rare. Most live behind polished personas, trying to please, impress, or blend in. But when someone speaks and acts from a place of truth, it creates an emotional resonance that feels grounding and liberating. It says, "This is who I am without apology." That kind of courage is irresistible. Psychologically, authenticity builds trust. Our brains are wired to detect inconsistency tone that doesn't match expression, words that don't match energy. When your inner world aligns with your outer expression, people's subconscious relaxes around you. They sense honesty. They feel safe. You become someone whose presence doesn't demand performance, but invites openness. Expressing yourself authentically doesn't mean sharing every thought or being harshly blunt. It means communicating from sincerity, not strategy. It's allowing your laughter, your vulnerability, and your passion to exist without shame. It's admitting when you're unsure, excited, or afraid without pretending otherwise. That kind of transparency doesn't make you weak. It makes you deeply human. Faking who you are is exhausting and isolating. But being real, even imperfectly real, creates connection. Authenticity also strengthens your own self-worth. When you stop molding yourself for approval, you reclaim your power. Your confidence no longer depends on being liked. It flows from being real. And people can feel that freedom. They crave it. In a world full of filters and facades, the person who stands unfiltered becomes unforgettable. Not because they try to shine, but because they dare to be seen. Authenticity is the ultimate freedom. Way 87. Smile with your eyes. Duchenne smile. A real smile doesn't just curve your lips, it lights up your entire face. The Duchenne smile, named after the French neurologist Guillaume Duchenne, is the mark of genuine joy. It happens when the muscles around your eyes, the orbicularis oculi, contract, naturally creating the subtle creases we associate with true happiness. This is the difference between a practiced expression and emotional authenticity. A Duchenne's smile communicates sincerity at a primal level, and people can feel it instantly. It doesn't just look warm, it feels warm, radiating through the air like sunlight. Psychologically, humans are wired to recognize genuine emotion. Studies in social psychology show that the Duchenne's smile activates positive responses in the observer's brain, triggering feelings of comfort, attraction, and trust. It's why people gravitate toward those who smile with their eyes. They seem safe, kind, and real. A fake or forced smile might charm for a moment, but it lacks emotional resonance. The eyes betray truth, and when your smile reaches them, it tells others your happiness is sincere, not performed. The brain can distinguish instantly between mechanical politeness and authentic joy. This kind of smile is contagious. It sparks mirror neurons in others, causing them to smile back, releasing oxytocin and dopamine, our natural bonding chemicals. A Duchenne's smile disarms tension, strengthens connections, and turns fleeting encounters into moments of warmth. To smile with your eyes, you must feel the emotion first. It's not about technique, it's about presence. When you let genuine joy, gratitude, or affection rise from within your eyes, reflect it effortlessly. And that's the secret. A real smile doesn't start on your face. It starts in your heart, and the world recognizes the difference. Eyes cannot lie. Way 88. Show enthusiasm in conversation. Enthusiasm is emotional electricity. It lights up every interaction you touch. When you speak with genuine excitement, your energy becomes contagious, awakening the same emotion in others. Psychologically, enthusiasm signals passion, confidence, and authenticity, all qualities that magnetically attract people. It tells their subconscious, I enjoy life and I'm fully alive in this moment. Humans are drawn to that energy because it activates the brain's mirror neurons, prompting them to feel what you feel. Your spark becomes their spark. True enthusiasm isn't about being loud or dramatic. It's about sincerity. It's the warmth in your voice, the animation in your eyes, the smile that slips through as you speak. People can sense the difference between performative excitement and genuine joy. The former exhausts, the latter inspires. When your enthusiasm is real, it makes others feel seen and valued. It tells them, what we're talking about matters to me. That feeling of shared importance deepens connection instantly. Your voice should rise and fall naturally with your points. Your eyes should light up. Your hands should move as you speak, painting your ideas in the air. Let your body and words become one expression. Neurologically enthusiastic communication increases dopamine and oxytocin levels, building trust and emotional resonance. It shifts the tone of conversation from transactional to personal, from logic to connection. Even in professional or casual settings, a touch of genuine excitement makes your words memorable and your presence magnetic. The secret lies in balance. Too much energy overwhelms, too little disengages. But when you channel authentic enthusiasm, steady, warm, and passionate, you make people feel alive just by being around you. In a world dulled by indifference, your enthusiasm becomes rare light. And light by nature always attracts. Enthusiasm ignites the conversation. Way 89. Manage your stress. True strength is not in how much pressure you can endure, but in how gracefully you carry it. Managing your stress is one of the most powerful and attractive traits you can develop. because it radiates stability in a chaotic world. People are instinctively drawn to those who remain composed under tension. It signals safety, leadership, and emotional maturity. When you handle stress with calmness, you show that you're in control of yourself, not ruled by circumstance. That composure communicates confidence more loudly than any words ever could. Psychologically, stress management regulates your emotional energy. Chronic stress floods your body with cortisol, tightening your tone, your expression, even your presence. It makes people feel your unease before you ever speak. But when you learn to breathe deeply, to pause before reacting, to ground yourself in the moment, you shift everything. Your nervous system steadies, your energy softens, and your communication becomes smoother and more intentional. People feel that peace, and it draws them in. High stress pushes people away because it creates tension. Low stress invites them closer because it creates calm. Use tools like deep breathing, adequate sleep exercise, and mindfulness to regulate your nervous system. Even 3 deep breaths before responding can transform your state. Managing stress doesn't mean suppressing emotion. It means mastering it. It's knowing when to step back, when to rest, and when to speak. It's learning how to protect your peace in a world that feeds on urgency. Meditation, movement, and reflection all help you reclaim control of your inner rhythm. When you manage stress effectively, you become the calm in the storm, the person others turn to when everything feels unstable. That emotional steadiness becomes your quiet power. Because true attractiveness isn't about perfection, it's about presence. And nothing is more magnetic than someone who stays centered when the world starts to shake. Stress can be controlled. Way 90. Be adaptable. Adaptability is the quiet superpower that separates those who survive from those who thrive. When you're adaptable, you communicate resilience, intelligence, and emotional balance. You tell the world without words, I can handle change. Psychologically, this is deeply attractive because stability amid uncertainty feels safe. People are naturally drawn to those who stay calm when everything else shifts. It signals strength, composure, and confidence, not the loud kind, but the kind that holds everything steady. Adaptability shows mental flexibility, the ability to bend without breaking, to adjust without losing your core. Life constantly changes. So do people's circumstances and emotions. When you move with that flow instead of resisting it, you radiate peace. You don't cling or panic. You observe, adjust, and continue. That calm adaptability soothes others' nervous systems. They feel more grounded simply by being near you. Rigid people break under pressure. Flexible people flow around obstacles like water. Psychologically, adaptability is tied to higher emotional intelligence. It means you can read situations, sense energy, and shift your approach gracefully. You're not fragile, you're fluid. And that fluidity makes you magnetic. In conversation, it looks like knowing when to speak or listen. In relationships, it's being willing to understand rather than insist. Accept change rather than resisting it. See it as evolution, not disruption. Biologically adaptable people manage stress better. They maintain lower cortisol levels and higher self-regulation. They radiate ease, which others interpret as confidence. Being adaptable doesn't mean you lack boundaries. It means you trust yourself enough to navigate whatever comes. That kind of trust is rare, powerful, and undeniably attractive. Because life may be unpredictable, but you aren't shaken by it. Water flows around stone. Way 91. Appreciate art and beauty. To appreciate art and beauty is to awaken your soul to the wonder of existence. It's the ability to pause to feel and to see meaning where others only see the ordinary. People who notice beauty, whether in a painting, a sunset, or the curve of a smile, radiate depth. They move slower, speak softer, and seem to carry a quiet reverence for life itself. That energy is magnetic. It draws others in not because of what you see, but because of how deeply you feel. In a world addicted to speed and distraction, the ability to be moved by beauty is rare and profoundly attractive. Psychologically, the appreciation of beauty triggers the release of dopamine, the same neurotransmitter tied to love and reward. When you engage with art or witness something beautiful, your brain lights up in ways that mirror joy and connection. This emotional response makes you more open, empathetic, and alive. People sense this vibrancy in you, the warmth of someone who's touched by life rather than numbed by it. To appreciate beauty isn't about luxury or aesthetics. It's about presence. It's about noticing the sunlight slipping through trees, the emotion in a song, the stories hidden in a stranger's eyes. That kind of awareness deepens your emotional intelligence and makes your spirit feel magnetic. Stop, observe, feel. Whether it's architecture, music, nature, or human expression, let yourself be moved. When you live with appreciation, you stop taking the world for granted. You see poetry in chaos, art in imperfection, love in the smallest moments. And that perspective transforms you, because those who see beauty everywhere become beautiful themselves, not in face, but in presence. They remind others that life is more than survival. It's a canvas painted with meaning, if only we pause long enough to see it. Beauty exists everywhere. Only eyes awake can see. Way 92. Radiate calm energy. Calm energy is the quiet power that makes people feel instantly at ease in your presence. It's the stillness beneath the surface, the sense that no matter what's happening around you, you remain grounded. Psychologically, this energy communicates strength and stability, two traits that the human brain instinctively associates with safety and leadership. People are magnetically drawn to those who radiate calm because their nervous systems synchronize to that serenity. When your presence lowers someone else's tension, you become unforgettable. Calm energy doesn't come from suppressing emotion. It comes from mastering it. It's the product of self-awareness, knowing your triggers, controlling your reactions, and choosing peace over panic. When you speak, slowly, move intentionally, and hold eye contact with softness rather than intensity, you send a subconscious signal you're safe here. That sense of safety opens people up. They share more trust, more, and gravitate toward your presence because it feels like relief. On a biological level, calm energy lowers cortisol in others and activates the parasympathetic nervous system, the body's rest and restore mode. It literally makes people feel lighter, safer, and more connected. This is why truly calm individuals often hold a mysterious allure. Their energy stands in contrast to the restlessness around them. The sources of calm energy are self-acceptance, knowing you are enough as you are, mindfulness, living in the present rather than past regrets or future anxieties, and self-discipline, mastering impulses and reactions. To radiate calm energy is to own your inner rhythm. You don't rush. You don't compete with chaos. You simply exist with quiet authority, and the world bends toward your stillness. In that steadiness lies true magnetism, because peace in a storm-filled world is the rarest gift, and those who carry it become centers of gravity that others cannot help but orbit. Calm is the quietest, most powerful force.